Hello there. How's it going? Good evening. It's Tuesday, I guess. Tuesday, just 2 days before US Thanksgiving. Hello, Thor. How's it going? Hey, hi, Seiko. Good to see you. And hi, Turf. Hello there. Yeah, so great. Doing great. That's great. I why doesn't it I'm not super caffeinated today, so sorry if that's disappointing. Although I do have a cookie, so that I will probably be eating a little later. Um, yeah. So I actually got both telescopes set up beforehand, and based on what happened the last couple times, where sometimes the polar alignment um, for the equatorial scope, sometimes it was good, sometimes it was bad, and the um, based on something that isn't currently, I don't think it's currently exposed in the SSC web interface, but it's available in the backend API. I was able to make some slight adjustments, and I think it'll help. So let's go look at the overall. Oh, let me fix something here. Let me go back to this, and let me go change my background. Is this the one I want? I'm going to try a different one. Is this one? This one may be too fast. I think the idea, the consensus was the purple one was better because it was slower. Anyway, so let's get to the telescope. What I ended up doing was, after I did the initial kind of polar alignment, I where it does the 3 point polar alignment, I actually ran this API call, and we really I think there's going to be some effort to make this a little bit more kind of like the bubble level we have right now in the web interface. When you go, I might have to restart because I changed networks, but if you go here, is it on this screen? Yeah, where you have the bubble level, and you bring that up, and it shows the x and y coordinates. I think we'll probably, well, it may not be exactly the same, but I'm sure we'll expose it, um, these values somehow, which is the offset. And initially, when I set it up, it was like 1 point something degrees for the kind of azimuth. And it immediately dropped. It was dropping like 50% frames. So I kind of nudged it a little bit and got it to minus half degree. So I think it's imaging right now. And oh, and another thing I added that was just making sure that I'm not weirdly aligned. Um, Cosmic Ray uh, had mentioned something about having in the ticker at the bottom of the screen the objects that I'm currently imaging, and it should actually have that, and it should be accurate. I made some changes to my local code, which actually makes the update. So theoretically, it should reflect what's going on. And I think both of them will say that they're pointing at Merak. Merak. Um, I used it because it was a bright. Yeah, see, both Seestar A and Seestar B are pointing at Merak because it's a bright star, and I figured it would be a good alignment target. So let's go look at the live view. One of them is stacking and the other is not. So the old azimuth one is just pointing. Did I actually? Okay. So it's actually pointing there. It's already otherwise calibrated. Oh, and you probably saw that the alignment was like a fraction of a degree from level on this one. It originally was 4 degrees, and I'm like, I was having a big failure rate the last time, so I'm going to try to level it a little bit better. And I got it down to a tenth of a degree from level, which I was pretty happy with. And then I reran the polar alignment. And then equatorial, it's actually stacking. Yeah, pretty good drop rate. Only 4 drop frames, 126 total frames. Rather kind of overexposed, but this is a pretty bright star. So I'm going to stop imaging this and we can get on to some targets. Let me see. All right. So let's look at the list as always. And as always, yeah, to be honest, there's a couple of things I want to do, or I've thought about doing. One of them is definitely having something more, perhaps, yeah, like a more permanent mount for that. I've also thought about having a more permanent mount for the sky camera. Right now the sky camera isn't weatherproof, but my goal was to actually have it mounted outside permanently once I fix that it's the weatherproof problem, which requires me to make some changes because right now I don't think I have active cooling on it on the Raspberry Pi, and it does CPU throttle sometimes, or it did in the summer. It was definitely CPU throttling because it was getting a little overheated. Oh, you redid your sky camera. Cool. Did you, is it permanently mounted? Oh, it keeps frosting over. Yeah, that's not a problem we have here, but I probably would have to work on dew. Now that will be a problem here. Not frost, but dew will definitely be a problem here. Well, and then just precipitation, but certain times of year particularly we get a lot of dew. But yeah, I hadn't really thought too much about mounting like a pier for the telescopes. I was mostly thinking about getting the all sky camera out there, but yeah, I'm not sure if I would. I should do. The problem is I think the problem is just my yeah, temporary permanent. Okay, your all sky camera. Well, that's cool. The problem I have is my telescope, or my telescopes. Like before I would put a pier out there, I would really have to spend a bit more time surveying my backyard just because it's so bad from a visibility point of view. Because where the telescopes are set up now is not necessarily the optimal place to have them. And actually, they may only be there because of happenstance, because when the access point they were connecting to was in this room, they kind of had to be where they are now in the backyard instead of kind of at the other side of the house. But now that there's an access point downstairs that would have line of sight, even if they were on the other side of the yard, that might actually have better sky access. Like, yeah, back of desk and yeah, I imagine. Yeah. Let me see. I may have to restart Stellarium. Stellarium always acts up when I change monitors. When I started with the external monitor, it goes to this monitor by default. So if we look, so this is a house, this is a house. This looks weird, but it's a house, I think. If I like basically where the camera is, if you can imagine, it's kind of somewhere around here if this was like the skyline, but it could potentially be kind of over here. And so I would have to sight it, but I think either that or I also move it where like I have it now where you can see a bit past the meridian, but if I move it closer, anyway, long story short, I think I need to kind of resurvey my yard and see if maybe by moving it to the other end, I mean, it still won't be great, but I might this house might become less of a problem if I move it like further along. So I need to look at that. But I couldn't put it there before because of the because of Wi-Fi, but now that's not a problem anymore, so I need to think about that. But first, let's see what I had created a list. Wait, is today's Tuesday? Where did the days go? Oh, let me check something here. Just realized the music wasn't. Yeah, the background music wasn't on. Not that it's necessary, but part of the reason I wanted to do that is in case when I stop talking, that it's not like totally dead air. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would have to do outside, but I probably would need to have desk and inside too, just because of the high humidity. Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that. If you haven't updated your firmware, don't. It's probably a good practice to have, if you use Alp, it's good practice to have auto updates turned off. The version I'm running on one of the telescopes has the mosaic mode, but there was a new update that came out that seemed to have caused some issues with Alp, and I think it's being worked on to see what the heck. But yeah, unfortunately, actually, can I do this? I haven't done this in a while. I can actually do this. I forgot. I haven't shared my phone screen in a while. Let me give me a sec here. Unfortunately, the way I save share the phone is I have to pull it out of the case. All right, so let's do that. Okay, and where is it? Should be. Did I? Maybe it's not working. That's annoying. I swear I had this. Oh, did that do something? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why the screen isn't mirroring. And do I have, let me see if I have the ability. Maybe I can just do it on my phone or on my laptop. Hold on. What is it? What is it called where you can, on the iPhone, the new feature where you can look at your screen remotely? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay. It finally. Never mind. It finally came through. So please bear with me. Is that okay? Cool. Cool. Okay, so this is the latest version of the Seestar firmware that or app that came out. This version specifically has issues with Alp, I think. It sounds interesting. Adds intelligent denoise, dual shot, function, manual brightness. Launch page ads. I don't know about that. Real-time enhancement on off, observation page function icon description. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. The intelligent denoise, I recall hearing that they were going to add a denoise function. Dual shot, not 100% sure if that's something for the S30. But anyway, the firmware that goes with this causes issue with Alp. Yeah, that dual shot sounds like S30. But I think but the long story short is the firmware I think messes up Alp. So try not to update if you can help, if you can avoid it, because I think it caused some people some issues. And I know I think some people ended up, I think it's something that has impacted people in such a way that we need to try to fix it. Launch page ads are just for ZWO and they go away. Oh. Yeah, I was wondering if like the ads were, for their other equipment or something. Yeah, I would have been surprised if it was general ads, but like, oh, why don't you buy the S30 or get a ZWO camera or something like that. But yeah, that's too bad, the clouds. But yeah, if you're using Alp, yeah, I like this. Put it on a trackbot and have it move to the best site. Yeah, I have a dynamic peer or something. Yeah, no, that's a good point. We should have something like that, whether or not it's been verified. Yeah, I've just made a note of that because we should do that ASAP, because especially for cases like this where I mean the mosaic mode, I think, well, it's caused some rough spots, especially with the controller mode. I was actually bit by that earlier today. I got the telescope. I set up both the telescopes outside, and the equatorial one I started kind of getting it set up, but the AltAz one, it has like its auto, startup sequence, and I was pretty sure I'd run it, and then I look at the all-sky camera and it's still kind of sitting closed. I'm like, okay, that's weird. And so I went ahead and did it again a little later, and then it was like erroring massively. And then I'm like, oh man. And I went to the guest screen and or the guest mode screen, and it turns out I had left Alp running on my Raspberry Pi, and it had grabbed control. And this is weird. It says, oh, I guess it is running on the iPad, but it was funny. Yeah, the Raspberry Pi had grabbed control, and I'm like, oh. So I had to go shut it off, and then I was able to do the startup sequence, but it was like a huge pain. If you get a new Seestar, see, the problem is if you're running Alp, and not using the app, you should be able to just start it up, start up the Seestar, not worry about firmware, just point Alp at it. But if you're running the app, where it becomes tricky is, like with iOS, you end up downloading the latest version of the app from the App Store, and then that's going to force you to do the firmware update. If you're running Android and you happen to have an older version of the app that corresponds to the firmware, it won't force you up. Where you get into trouble basically is if you're using the app, that will force you to update the firmware. Hello there, Videos of Infinity. You see M31 or you want to see M30? I mean, were you talking about on here, or are you actually looking at it right now? Hello, hi, Cellulated. So if you're using Alp, the only place images are stored is on the Seestar, correct? Unless you use that kind of experimental mode where it saves the preview frames. But one thing I think it was based on something you had said, Cosmic Ray. Like one thing when where is it? When you're in live view mode and you're stacking and it's showing you a stack, but then it's applying a stretch to it, that isn't persisted anywhere. And what I've thought about doing is adding a flag where that the Seestar, the Alp stretch of the Seestar stack would get saved locally. And we could also save the fit file locally. I've also thought about, instead of doing that, just instead of it trying to synthesize a fit file, have Alp, when you stop imaging, go ahead and grab the latest stack off the Seestar and then save it locally. So then if you just wanted that file, you don't have to, like, it would automatically download. Basically create an auto download feature where Alp would automatically download the fit files from the Seestar as they're generated, or just download the stack. We could potentially do either one. It's an idea that I've been kicking around. If you think that would be useful, we could certainly add that. Yeah. Basically, it's the app forces you, kind of like how you saw on my phone when I was sharing the screen just now. It's running a really old version of that Seestar app. Yeah, the iPad and the Seestar. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yes, that's a good point, because when you're running the app, it will save the final the images. Yeah. Okay. When you put it that way, we should definitely let me go ahead and make note of that. I would make it an opt-in thing, but it actually would be pretty easy. Yeah, I mean, that, when you put it that way, that, yeah, the app does download to like your photo album if you're using iOS or iPad OS. So what would be something to image? There's a bunch of stuff that's later, and let's look. Actually, you know what? Do I want to do that? I was actually thinking, since I have the firmware, this telescope has the latest firmware. I was actually thinking about doing some mosaics. Might as well take advantage of the native mosaic. So what would be? Should we do something like M31? Could do M31. I mean, the conditions aren't too bad right now. Or could do the baby nebula. Although I don't think I could do. I don't think the baby nebula would do it justice with the mosaic mode. But M31 might be okay. See, I don't have the very latest firmware. I think the very late, I have the one with mosaic, but not the one that just came out like 2 days ago. And I think the, I think the biggest thing I heard issues about was equatorial mode. If you run equatorial mode, the very latest firmware causes issues. Do I want to? I'll do that later. Maybe I'll do North American Nebula later, just for grins. But maybe just start with. Is that too high? It's kind of high. Problem is M31's kind of high right now, so. Although, it actually, yeah, let's do M31. Now I have to set it up off screen here. I still haven't sorted out getting it visible. And the first thing I need to do is relinquish control. And release control. So basically I'm pointing it at M31 and now I'm gonna, what do you call it, adjust the framing of it. Okay, so I basically set up M31 as a mosaic on this telescope, and now it's going to it. And once I start imaging, I can then release control and take it over, because I still haven't fixed live view in Alp when it isn't in control. See, I don't. You know what? Do you keep Alp running on your Raspberry Pi Cosmic Ray? Or do you like start up everything at the beginning of the session? Because there was something that Wiley Site mentioned to me that could be related. Okay, that might be the issue. See, I'm always restarting my Alp, and I think what Wiley Site said is he noticed it sometimes would run, like I think he said it ran slow after he had power, like if it lost the connection to the Seestar, like if it shut down and then started up again. And actually, I was going to look at that tonight to see if we can recreate that. But first, I got the mosaic going, and I just released control, so now this should have control. So let's see. I'm glad I leveled the both of the Seestars. So that's off to a good start, 2 stacks and no drops, so we'll see. Sometimes because of the way it caches the image, it's still maybe in the next one. Of course, drop. I spoke too soon. So I'm just looking off camera to see if the status has updated. Sorry, I'm just looking at the ticker. Why isn't it the image updating? That's weird. Okay. Sorry. Why isn't it? Now this is right off the bat is a problem. Why isn't it showing the stack? Oh. Interesting. Huh. I mean, the imaging subsystem has been a lot more stable, but obviously there's still some issues. It's quite possible. But let me see. Actually, let me see. I can check something here. Because let's see. Oh, interesting. Seestar B. Wait a second. No, I think this is the because the zip file, the compressed stack that's coming down is 40 meg. Sorry, I'm bouncing around here. So let me actually see. Yeah, I don't know how that would what they were talking about, because what it historically would send, the stacked image it would send is the full raw stack. So let me actually height, where was it for imaging? Because I have some like debug statements in here. Oh, it's probably in this the new code. Imaging. I haven't looked at this since I wrote it. Parse header. Okay. Debug. Yeah. Okay. Let me turn on debugging. Let's see, config. I think I can just do it here. And let's see if this went ahead and started. Oh yeah. Way too much debugging information. But oops. So this is the raw. It added some raw information from the raw packets that are coming down. So header size, read image is 40 megabytes. I thought I dumped out like the width and height maybe once it shows up. Debug mode is not recommended. It's just too much information. But yeah, I think it's sending the full resolution down. I mean, just based on the size of the zip file, it's got to be the full image. Where is that? It's way too much information. Saw a bug flying. Sorry, it was a very large bug. And I don't know why it was in here. Weird. Okay. Let me turn off this debugging because it's this is too much information and it's not really helpful. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just returning the stack. I mean the full stack, so it would be, oh, here. Yeah. See, look, this is what it got. It was unfortunately I messed that up. I selected it. But it was somewhere here. There was a header and it had, yeah, right here. See, it's right like that. See, it's 1944 by 3456 is the size of the image that's coming down from the Seestar that Alp is showing here. Now, if Alp is doing, if they're doing something different, I don't know that they are. They might. There was a new command that was added, and maybe they're using it, and because I'm using the old one, I'm getting the full resolution, maybe? I don't know. Just want to check something real quick here. Okay. Yeah, don't know. But that's turning out. So let's go ahead and get something else going on the other scope. And okay, cool. I just need to figure out what that something is now. Do we have suggestions? Because I don't always want to image the same thing night after night. Oh, one thing, yeah. Golly. Yeah, yep. At least on one of the scopes. Figured I'd might as well exercise it. I mean, because like the last one, remember it ran out of sky. Like it ended up getting blocked by a house. So, okay, I'll take a look at that in a sec. Any suggestions in the meantime? Problem is a bunch of things aren't up yet. I believe so. Well, what I'm doing is it's just scaled. But if you zoom in, like if I pinch to zoom on my trackpad, yeah. I mean, it's grainy, but it should keep the resolution. But Alp is taking the raw image that the Seestar sends and converts it to a JPEG or PNG, pushes it to the browser. It's just scaled to fit in the screen, but it's not destructively scaled. It's just scaled in HTML, so it's sending the full thing. Because yeah, like last time, what I ended up doing, what did I do? It was live. Was it live base? Let me VH. Okay. What I did is I just got rid of the constraint on the height that I have, and so now it's allowed to be 100% width. So yeah, it's pretty big. Pretty big. That's cool. Good. Now sometimes it's kind of hard to tell what's going on when it's this big, so I might go ahead and put it back. Okay. All right. NGC 7793, is that what you imaged, or is that a recommendation? I will find out. 77933. 7793. Oh, Bond's Galaxy. Yeah, I just realized that. Yeah, actually, the problem is, I should try that out. But I might have to wait. Because, well, let me go ahead and try. The worst that could happen is it's going to fail, and then we'll know that it's still obstructed. All right. I'm going to do 30 minutes, just in the off chance it works. Make sure I'm on the right telescope. Yeah, we're on the EQ one. And let's see. Let's go ahead and try that. So if it starts failing on plate solve, then it's probably obstructed, at least at this moment. See, this is where having the S30 would be handy, where it has the extra camera. Could use that as a viewfinder. Sorry, this cookie, I shouldn't have brought it up, because now I have to eat it, because it's like sitting just right there. Hold on. Oh. I just realized. That's not going to work. That's definitely not going to work. Because this telescope's in EQ mode. And that's too negative. Like, it would have to point, like, in a place where it wouldn't be able to. And so it just refused. Denied. And I can probably see here if there's a EQ mode. Sync to target. Oh wait. Yeah, failed to go to. Trying to go to target. That seems too low for your location. So yeah. Yep, it did not like that. So see, I need a third telescope because I have the one tied up in a mosaic And I need to find another. This one's tied up in a mosaic. This one's in EQ mode and can't point that far south. And so I need something else. I just realized I think this is in this yeah, night mode, sorry. So let us see. Oh, I see. If you haven't liked the video already, I haven't done the normal plug. Please like the video. It does help the channel a lot, and I do appreciate it. It does help others find the channel. No, it doesn't have to be plus 40. I mean, anything. A declination even slightly negative, it can do, but that is like the declination's minus 32. That's way too south. So because it's in equatorial mode, the deck is what you have to look at. And I wasn't thinking, and then I'm like, why isn't it going there? It's like, oh, details. Yeah, so basically all the stuff over here would be off limits. Actually, let's switch to this mode. Oh, thank you. Thanks. The like count just suddenly jumped up, so I appreciate that a lot. Let us see. Yeah, so anything kind of above maybe even -5 deck would work. What is over here? What are some of these things? Oh, the Phantom Galaxy. Yeah, that one's kind of... I could always try the Phantom Galaxy. M74. Yeah, I haven't done the Phantom Galaxy. I could always do that. See what else might be over here. So this is, okay, Seestar system. So I could try M74. So we'll put that down as a maybe. We're imaging Andromeda right now. What do we want to try? Maybe I'll go ahead. I mean, part of me doesn't want to do 2 galaxies at the same time, but maybe it's okay. Actually, let me see if there's any nebulas here that... I mean, I could always... Actually, I'm kind of curious. Have I done the fish head? I'm curious on the framing of the fish head. Yeah. Oh no, that's AltAz myth. Okay. That would be a possibility. Because some targets aren't as... The framing could be just a little off. Let me look at my list again here, because I had some things that would be... I had something at 8:30. Oh, but that's, again, it's too far south. Some stuff after midnight. And don't... M103. Let's see, because I feel like I want to do a nebula of some sort. There's something we can do. Surely there's something. Now there's some things. Flaming stars about to be visible in the backyard. Active galaxy. Yeah, there's some stuff that I'm that isn't quite visible yet that I'm very much looking forward to imaging in the next few weeks. I see 417. Yeah, see, the problem is yeah, Spider is still behind my darn roof line, but it will be visible soon-ish. So maybe instead of a galaxy we find maybe that M103. Is that even worth it? Not trying to be snobby about these targets. Like it's not even worth my time. Lawnmower cluster. I mean, that could be interesting because you get 2 clusters. Maybe I'll just do that for now. I mean, the good thing is most of the time when I do clusters, I don't run them for very long, so we can we're not, it's low commitment. Let's see, NGC 663. So I'm gonna go NGC 663 and yin yang, and we will do 15 minutes on it. 20 minutes. We'll do 20 minutes. And C5. C5. Oh? Okay. How much longer could I image that for? I could image it for a full hour. Maybe I'll do that. I mean, I've imaged this before, but is that C5? Or am I looking at the wrong thing? Oops. I might be looking at the wrong thing. Never mind. I was looking at the wrong... Oh! You know what? I'll try it. We'll do that. We'll do that. Because I think I've tried it and I was disappointed. But maybe this will be it. Like the sky conditions might not have been as good. So let's do this. I'll call it C5 and I'll do it for 45 minutes and go. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion, C5. Yeah. See, I think this is a problem. Did I drop? Did I buffer there? because I saw something that indicated I might have buffered for a moment. But yeah, so Cosmic Ray, if you could try restarting, like doing, going to the Raspberry Pi and either rebooting the Raspberry Pi or running, like running this to restart the Seestar service, to see if that fixes it. Okay. Yeah, that's unusual. I haven't run into those issues, but I saw something blinking that indicated, and now YouTube actually told me that that it had an issue, but it's like delayed. Like the glitch was a minute or two ago. Okay, now it says it's healthy. So yeah, it glitched. Sorry about that. That's kind of, it's been rare. That's been a rare thing when I've streamed. Okay. Yeah. So Christmas tree nebula. Oh, it's already imaging. 8 frames in. Let me go look at this. I think the Christmas tree, I think the problem with the Christmas tree nebula is I think it's not up yet. No. Christmas. Helps if I could spell. Come on. Christmas tree. Is it the Christmas tree cluster? Yeah. I actually did image this the other day. Is it just me or these lines wavy? I broke the world. Why did it, what did I do? Oh, that's interesting. It's correcting for atmospheric. Since this is at the horizon, it's taking into account the fact that the things are warped near the horizon. Yeah, so the Christmas tree cluster is right at the horizon right now. So I think around, yeah, it's like after midnight. It's finally visible to me behind this house, and I did image it the other day. Okay. Okay. Oh, the audio dropped? Huh. I wonder if I'm still having issues. Of course, YouTube isn't. YouTube is not giving me timely information. This thing I have claims that I'm sending 6 megabits per second to YouTube. Let me check something here. Yeah, and maybe it's related to the network glitch, but at least I heard it on the return. So I don't know what's going on. But yeah, the Christmas tree is visible to me, but it's not until after midnight, unfortunately. That's weird. That's very weird. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I do have the ability to kind of do a redundant stream, but yeah. But historically, I haven't had an issue with the stream stability or the internet stability, so maybe something I need to revisit. It's very faint. Very, very faint. Let's see what it's even. Okay. Okay. So this line of stars is this right here. So this is the core of the galaxy, but it's very faint. Let's look that up. It's IC 342 or C5. So IC is 342. Oh, the hidden galaxy. Yeah, so the cool thing about this is it's hidden behind a lot of dust from the Milky Way. Yeah, if the galaxy were not obscured, it would be visible to the naked eye. It's only 7 million light years away, and it's wider than the full moon. So it would only be smaller than it would be the third largest galaxy visible in the sky behind Andromeda and Triangulum. But because it's mostly obstructed by the Milky Ways, by some dust, it's kind of hard to see. But we're gonna image it. Now, one thing that isn't hard to see is Andromeda. The signal to noise ratio is infinite. Impressive. Okay. Okay. It was when the glitch. Hopefully I won't have another glitch. Yeah. And I mean, there's been times where I'll have to restart the cable modem, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, that's what I'm doing here on the right. And I mean, most people would probably get better results than me because they have darker skies. But I mean, this isn't too bad from Bortle 9, so at least for me, I found I didn't have to rotate it. When I was framing it, I just scaled up the image to capture it. Interesting. My chat just disconnected and reconnected. It's very interesting. I might have to, oh, I forgot. I haven't checked Discord. Which, speaking of Discord, um, oh, in the integration? Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because I had that's good to know that it's not just me. Because I had it, I think before the stream, I had the chat up and it just kept disconnecting and reconnecting. Okay. Update target. All right. And actually, I wouldn't have to do it that way. I need to figure out a more generic way of doing this. For now, it's just going to be hard-coded into my code where in several points I do this update target, which sends something to Redis, which is then, anyway, it's over-engineered, but it works. Go to target, post request. Yeah, this is the one. And as it turns out, I actually have the integration time right here. So I'm going to go right there. And come on. Why is it lagging? Integration time. And if I go, let's see if, I'm just trying to think if this is going to be destructive. Is this a local variable? What's the scope of this variable? Okay, yeah, fine. So what I need to do is if integration time, then equals, this isn't the prettiest way of doing it, but I'll just try that to begin with. Why does it say local variable and target? Let's see, target. Oh, is it target name? Wait a second. Oh, target name. Target name. Okay. So let me try restarting this and see if this helps. Okay. And I can actually, let me, as it's loading, let me look at, yes, it should. It should show up. I can force a reload. There we go. As you requested, I added the integration time. Hello, Marco. It's been a while. How are you doing? Seeing conditions are bad, so I'm processing. That's cool. Well, thanks for joining. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can kind of see what it's doing in the right one. If you've scaled it up, it will basically start in the center, and then it'll kind of spiral outwards, and fill in the blanks over time. So if you end up stopping it ahead of time, you still have something, but you just have like basically what you see on the screen right here. If I were to stop this right now, but it basically just kind of builds up the image incrementally. Yeah, it looks like it's adding frames here. Yeah, see, it just added another one. So it's kind of like doing a lot of it overlaps the images quite a bit. Which is so it's kind of like, instead of stacking individual panels, it's basically continuously moving, or almost continuously moving, and just kind of incremental, like, yeah. So it should, so then so as it kind of adds here, there's more data kind of, so if that frame was right here, this data has been kind of accumulating a lot, and so as it moves, it kind of gets more and more data in a given area as it moves past that area, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's yeah, it isn't bad. It isn't bad. The mosaic, the native mosaic. I think for my skies, which are very bad, like Wiley Site did a pretty nice mosaic. Let me go look at. I am way behind on images. Yeah, so Wiley Site, he did this mosaic of the Soul Nebula, and he's in similar bad conditions, light pollution wise, as I am, but he did an Alp mosaic where it does, instead of this kind of continuous mode, it does individual panels, and then you stack the panels and then combine the panels together into a mosaic, and you got this. And whereas if you look at the Soul Nebula, like the framing, you basically have to have, like, I think he did a 1x4 mosaic across the Soul Nebula. So first off, the native mosaic mode always keeps the same proportions. It always keeps that it always keeps this ratio of 1920 by 1080. And so you can't make like square mosaics or a very rectangular mosaic. And plus the way it accumulates data, I feel like when at least the ones I've run, it doesn't get enough data around the edge, like even if I've let it run for quite a while. And so I don't know. I think it would be hard to, well, and plus with the alpha or in the beta versions of it, they let you scale it up much larger. Now it's capped at twice width, twice height. So no more than 2x in both dimensions, but so you'd be hard pressed to do, so you wouldn't be able to do bigger mosaics with this mode either. But for things like this, I think it's good. It's very straightforward. And let me go back to Discord, because I'm like so far behind on Discord. Oh wow, nice. The gem cluster. That's nice. That's cool. And Gabriel Mistral Nebula. Or Gabriella and Mistral. Let me see. Sorry, I'm just looking at the Discord server. It's taking a while to load. Okay, sorry. I was, oh, nice. This was a photo. It was, not with a Seestar by Seiko of the, what do you call it? And, Horsehead Nebula and Flame Nebula. That's pretty cool. I saw this being live stacked on Discord this morning. That's cool. Yeah. I mean, I do given the severe gradients I have in my sky, I think it's pretty impressive how whatever it's doing to even that out as it's going. So yeah, I definitely think it's pretty good. Yeah, brighter, larger objects. Yeah, fainter ones you have to move to a darker location. Yeah. I mean, I could see that. Yeah, you just image it multiple times and then stack them. One thing I've had mixed luck with, when it worked well, was stacking in Stellarium. Not Stellarium, why do I always do that? Cyril, with the dev version of it, where you load up the subframes and you do the astrometric stack, where you load up the sequence, you plate solve the sequence, and then you pick kind of, it's an option with let me bring it up. It's an option, a new option in the dev version. But what I've run into is if there's more than a certain number of frames, it crashes. I mean, it's still the dev version, so I'm sure it'll get fixed, but it seems to be when you have more than a certain number of frames, because I got it to work with 200-300 frames, but then when I started getting like a lot of frames, let me see, gosh, okay, so Cyril sometimes misbehaves the UI. So once you, like, basically you have to manually stack it. So you add your frames, you convert them. I didn't do any calibration or whatever, but once you stack it, well, it's not going to show me that, but there's an option where you can apply previous registration or something like that, which is basically by plate solving the sequence. So you go and do your astrometry image plate solve, but it gives you an option to plate solve the sequence. So you do that, then it'll stack it, and it doesn't do too bad of a job. It's just, I've had it where it crashes. So my hope is, and I think once they fix that issue, you should be able to just take the subframes from multiple sessions, just throw them all into Serial, and then have it just stack it all in one shot. That would be cool. Let me see if I have a sequence here. Man, my laptop is actually making noise. Oh. Weird. Okay, so let's look at the external drive, astrophotos. Was this one of my mosaics? Yeah, it was. So actually, let me try. I wonder if this is the one that crashed. So let's try it. Let's try this. Let me create a new folder here. Actually, no, I'll just do this. So what I did, so this was one of my mosaic I shot with the new mosaic mode. It was M42. This is the stack that came out of the Seestar. So let me see if I can do better with that, or if it still has a crash issue. It does warn you that it's unstable, so it's not that they can't say they hadn't warned us. Let's see, where is, okay. Okay, it's not. All right, so volumes, T7, astrophotos, live, M42 mosaic. And let me clear out this process directory here. We'll try processing that. Redis response. So, volume, volume T7, live, 1123, M42. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to change to this and open this, and we'll see. Okay, conversion. I'm going to add a bunch of frames. Let's see, how many frames does it have? It has 600, and so I found that a couple hundred would work. So I'm going to just try a couple hundred. We'll see if that works. Lights. I love it when I'm off by one character. Lights, debear, convert. And, all right. Okay. So it did the conversion. So then I go astrometry. And again, this is the dev version. And down here, it's can be collapsed, but expanded sequence astrometric registration, solve whole sequence. I actually had it resolve everything by unchecking skip already solved and use coordinates from headers. Basically, have it figure it out itself. And we'll see if this crashes. If not, if it does, I might try seeing if there's a newer version, because I've been updating fairly frequently. And so you go to registration and see apply existing registration. Normally you have like 1-2 star alignment, but if you apply existing registration, it gets the information from, yeah. So there's 147 frames. Framing method, I'm going to do maximum. And that's how big the mosaic will be, 2500 by 3560. And we'll go register. And hopefully it won't crash. And it's pausing. Dramatic pause ensues. Anyway, yeah, so will that actually... Yeah, I have noticed that we're in this particular build, dev build, it sometimes just kind of does this. Let me see if I can go grab a newer version. And what I do is I just go to the server, where they have the source code, build pipelines, and then I look for ones that are master. So this is the most recent one from 4 hours ago. And then I pick Mac OS and then download. And then it starts downloading it. Let's go back to this, go back to this. For some reason it's just sitting there. Let's see. The build is 12371. 12371. Let me bring that over here and go Cyril. I said it was 123. 12371. Okay. Almost there. And come on. Oh, 12371. Okay. Let's see what happened. Mega stack. Yeah, the only problem I think with that, I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that Megastack script only worked if the images overlapped a lot, or they had a common overlap. Because that's kind of the way the old one would work, where if the images don't, like if you had complete mosaics like this of M31 already ready to go, and you process them individually and then stack them together, I could see that working, because even though if they're slightly different border wise, it would still be able to match up a lot of it. But in the case of where you're grabbing all the subframes where they might not, there could be subframes that don't have a common, or there definitely would be subframes that don't have a common overlap, like a frame down here and a frame up here wouldn't overlap at all. Which is why for some mosaics you end up having to use like, I'm going to stop this, I'm going to kill this. I'm going to rerun with the later version of Cyril. We'll try this again. Okay. So I'm going to do this whole process again with a newer version. So set to the right directory, add lights, and I'll pick, hopefully that's not too many frames, lights, deep air, okay, and then registration is fine, do it maximum, oh, first I have to do the astrometric plate solve, which is pretty fast. I mean, it's plate solving locally, but, and then registration, apply existing, 120, that's about what we had last time. Estimate, it's about similar size, so hopefully this will not hang at the end. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's good to know. See, the neat thing about this new stacking in Cyril, it's using it's kind of like ASTAP, where ASTAP does astrometric matching or astrometric alignment. So potentially you could have two frames that aren't even overlapping at all, and you could make a mosaic and it would just be like a lot of empty space, and then the two frames just kind of where they actually are relative to each other. I don't know why this is doing this. There should be space. There should be space. Yeah, there's plenty of space on there. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so that's the basic premise that should work, but for some reason, oddly, isn't. Let me see. How much space is this directory? 6 gig. How much do I have on my internal drive? 10 gig. I could try today is, what is today? 26. Okay. Okay. And so we'll see. Okay. So we'll see. I'm going to try this again, but I'm going to try it. It's very strange. I'm going to try it on an internal drive. Just in case there's some weird behavior. Today, M42. Let's see, 21126 processed. Okay. All right. No, Change directory. Hit that one. Hold on a second. Master photos, live, M42. Processed. Okay. Open. So I moved it. I'm just going to try one more time, and if this doesn't work, I'm abandoning. Trying to stack this tonight. Alright. Yeah, one thing I was thinking, or I wanted to mention, it's I don't know if anybody's seen any interesting things on sale for Black Friday. I know there's been like some ZWO cameras and some other odds and ends, and some of those go on sale at other times. So I don't know if there's any particularly noteworthy sales, astronomically, astronomy equipment wise. If there are, mention it in the chat. I'm kind of curious. Okay. Okay. This time I didn't pick as many images. I only picked 91. It wasn't intentional, so we'll see what that comes up with. And if it doesn't process, are you kidding me? It's like it gets almost to the end and it just kind of sits there. Very strange. Very, very, very strange. Didn't used to do that. I think it's this particular build is having issues, or some of the more recent builds. This is bugging me now. Let's see. I have a build from 2 weeks ago. I'm gonna stop this. I said I wasn't gonna do another version, but I just can't help myself. Okay, this is a build that's like 2 weeks older, so, and if this doesn't work, then I'm really throwing in the towel on this particular mosaic. I feel like I'm doing less and less here, less and less, fewer and fewer frames, but we'll see. Oh, well, that totally failed. So. Oh, weird. Let's see. Is it actually using the internal or external? It is using the internal drive, so that should be okay. Maybe because I am looking forward to this being more stable because it's got some neat functionality. Like I like this astrometrics stretching or stacking, but I also like the curves, the new curves tool. Okay. Or the curve stretch, I should say. And let's see how this is going. This is very dim target. very, very dim. Okay. It's 111, so... This is honestly the last one I'm trying, or the last attempt I'm trying with this particular. Very interesting. It just gets most of the way there and then just stops. Oh well. It was a try. Yeah, so it is kind of interesting if it works. And I have done some stacks with it, and it did work. Let me see if I can find any examples of that. I'm pretty sure I had a successful example with someone else's data, with Chris's data. Chris with a K. Oh. Okay. Let me see if I can find the original. Let's see. Sorry, please bear with me. M31. Okay. No, that was M31, M33. Okay. Sorry, I'm just... Did I... Yeah, sorry. I don't have... Usually when I when I do these kind of things, I want to show what it looks like out of scope, out of the scope directly. But I don't seem to have that. At least I'm not seeing it. Let me see. From the 14th. Yeah, I don't see it. Let me see if I have it on Discord. Seestar gallery. Let's see. Okay. Oh no, that's not. That was someone else. Chris, are you there? Chris with a K? Let's see. Sorry, I'm just trying to find basically what I'm looking for is a stack. Well, I'll look at it. I'll bring it up. Basically, so here's an example from Chris with a K that he took of M31 in mosaic mode. He has darker skies and it was for longer than I've imaged it so far. But that kind of gives you perhaps an idea of kind of what it would look like stacked. Now, unfortunately, I can't find this is the Seestar stack. I can't find the Seestar stack of M33, but he sent me the raw subframes from that mosaic, and I processed them in Cyril, and then I use Graxpert, and I use Cosmic Clarity and some additional tweaks and unfortunately, like I say, this is totally not apples. This is the apples and oranges, two different galaxies. This is 745 frames. This one is triangulum with only 303 frames, but you can kind of tell when you process it manually that I was able to get this, like basically from the Seestar mosaic, just by processing it completely from scratch. And I'm by no means an expert, but it kind of gives you an idea of kind of the extra contrast you can get out of it, extra detail. Yeah, it's I need to get the original Seestar stack of M33 from Chris, and then we can do a side-by-side comparison. If I can, I might have to post it in Discord or on the YouTube post, but so I think it's worth, you know, processing it manually because you can get some pretty good results. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I got yeah, I just recently updated to Cyril 1.25. But yeah, I haven't had it freeze the entire computer, but it does lock itself up a bunch. And I've had it allocate so much memory when it's stacking that it kind of started dragging the computer down. But yeah. Yeah, I've mostly only ran it on Mac. Now the Mac version has other glitches, but I don't think I've had it crash the whole computer. I have had it cause the computer to drag to a crawl, and I've had to do what you just saw, what I did, where I had to force quit it. Now, because I did restart Alp, I think, so this schedule, was interrupted, so I may need to, that's not too bad. Maybe I did it for a full hour. I'll let it go to an hour and then I'll stop it. That's pretty good. It didn't drop any frames. But I have a feeling this will require a lot of processing to get any kind of detail out of it. That is a very faint galaxy. But it is obstructed, so there is that. So after this, so it's now after 9. Oh, darn it. Oh yeah, no, I can't image that. It's after 9. So what was it I could image? M45. I don't think I want to do M45. Yeah. No, and it's free too. Like, or at least there's also that too, where it's not like you pay money for it and it crashes. Flaming Star. Any other suggestions for targets that are above the celestial equator? There was that Messier object I could always look at if worse comes to worse. What's this? Is that fossil? Yeah, fossil footprint. Let's see what else there might be. There are a lot of. Oh, that's right. We could do. Yeah. Let's do the spider. And maybe actually, I've done the spider and the fly, but I haven't done the spider and then this NGC object, this cluster 1907. So maybe I'll do that since it's in equatorial mode. So maybe I'll just go ahead and stop this since the extra few minutes isn't going to make a substantial difference. Pretty good. 288 frames, no drops. Okay. And actually what I might do, since it's going so well, I'll push my luck and I'm going to change it to 15-second frames. Because why not? Or do I want to try 20? I'll do 15. Did I actually stop it? Yeah, I did stop it. So let's go image. And actually first we'll go to settings. And I'm going to change it to 15-second exposures. And okay. Maybe I should try. The temperature has gone down, so I'm going to try forcing a focus. So I want to frame it so that I get both of these. And what I'll do is I'll pick some random star to try to center it. Yeah, maybe like that. Yeah, okay. So we'll get those coordinates and I'll call it Spider Nebula and NGC 1907. And we'll do this for 45 minutes, 120, use light pollution, force autofocus. So we'll see. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would definitely hurt one's feelings if you paid PixInsight kind of money and the thing was like taking down your, like grinding to a halt. That would be unfortunate. Let's see. How is this going? Wrong thing. Okay. Ticker. Dev. What do I want to call this? It was okay. This. Yeah. So I will be around. I'm looking at how the ticker actually is recording the time. That's cool. It's good that it actually, and it already updated. It's to Spider Nebula. And it doesn't have any time, so it just has the target. That's cool. I love it when a plan comes together. Oh, and it's having to redo the dark library because I changed the subframe duration from 10 seconds to 15 seconds, so it has to redo the darks, which is completely expected. Yeah, but it's interesting how the mosaic is since it is an alt-azimuth mount, it's having to do a lot of work to try to fill in all these sections. Where is it filling in data now? Hello, Michael Evans. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Okay, it's almost ready. Almost ready to start imaging. Yeah, no, thanks for the suggestion, Seiko. That was a good one. Well, Cosmic Ray suggested the target, and you suggested the time, so I do think that's a good addition, so you can kind of see. Oh, nice. Doing Orion as a mosaic, cool. Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot see Orion at the moment because it's behind a house, but it will be soon, hopefully. Okay, so this now has, actually, let me see. Does the ticker already show time? Yet. Not quite yet. Oh, it dropped a frame? Oh, come on, man. Let's go look at it live. Now, potentially it will drop more frames because it is doing longer subframes, but the alignment, okay, yeah, the ticker is updated. Cool. Now that the target name is kind of a little long because I filled it, or I manually did it. Yeah, no, I haven't. Or Shaq, you're dating yourself by doing a Welcome Back Kotter reference there. Yeah, I haven't seen it because I haven't updated it yet. Because I know some people were having issues in equatorial mode, and so I haven't updated it yet. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I need to check it out. Once they've, although I could update it. I need to check because really this right, it's I have the two telescopes going, and the one that is running the latest, a more recent firmware is kind of dedicated to alt azimuth, and the left one is equatorial mode, and it's running an old firmware from like the summer, and I'm probably going to leave it that way. So really, so long as it doesn't completely break with Alp, I may go ahead and update to the latest firmware. I need to check that out because I'm curious how the denoise works. But yeah. Oh yeah, so here's the cluster. That tiny little star cluster, and there's the beginning of the spider. Now it is dropping a lot more frames. Maybe it's because I did the 15-second subframes, but oh well. I'm just going to keep it going for now. Okay. I think I'm done with this mosaic. See these artifacts here? I think, oh, actually, maybe it's not. But I think, no, I think that's what's going on. Yeah. when it starts doing these weird artifacts, it's because the telescope is this one is the one running the mosaic, and you can kind of tell it's pointing almost straight up. I think it's starting to track into this side of this building. So I think this mosaic again is done. This happened last time I did M31. I tracked it for a while, and then or I did the mosaic for a while until it started pretty much falling apart. So what I need to do is get this out of guest mode, or have it relinquish control, because I'm going to go back to the app, which I have running on a computer off screen, the Seestar app, and I'm going to schedule up another mosaic. So let's see. What do we want to do another mosaic of? I could do, well, let's see how far we're away from seeing Orion. Quite far, unfortunately. It's very solidly behind this building. It's down here. So that's out. What would be a good thing? I mean, Pleiades would be fine. Yeah, I'll do Pleiades, why not? I had thought about North American Nebula, but my skies are so bad. I'll do Pleiades. I need to figure out a way to share the display. Wow, as if it wasn't bad enough a plane flew through that mosaic. I mean, the thing about a Pleiades mosaic is I don't need to make it too big. So it said it'll take 1.1 hour. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. I generally, yeah, I mean, I don't want it to be too over the top, but I don't mind sharing. Sharing is Astro Newbie. Cool. I'll have to check that out. I'm forcing an autofocus, and then I'm going to start imaging it, and then I'll release control and bring it back over here. Internal server error, that's dubious. That's funny. Why did it do that? I have a feeling I know why I did that. That's fine. I'll just go back to... Okay. It's unavailable because guest mode. So I started imaging, and once it has imaged enough, I will release it from control and then bring the control back to Alp so we can look at it. Okay, and now this should be able to go to guest mode. Now nothing has control, so I can take control. And then live view. Cool. So yeah, I framed most all of the Pleiades, or at least the main bits of it. It's not like a huge mosaic, but yeah, enough to get some detail. Now, according to the app, the Seestar app, it says this mosaic will take 1.1 hours, so we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, one thing. Yeah, I keep debating going to a darker sky location, and I've been going back and forth on it. Maybe in December I will. We shall see. Yeah, it's interesting. YouTube, it's like the chat keeps disconnecting and reconnecting and disconnecting and reconnecting. I wonder why. Star trails, it claims. I was just curious why it dropped those 2 frames, but it claims star trails. So I don't know. You can see it slowly moving this way. Like adding frames over here on this side. Let me zoom it in a bit. What else? I always try to make note of astronomy stuff I've run across, and I don't have. Huh. Yeah, I don't see anything of note. Let me see the. I have any tabs here? Nope. Yeah, I was looking at the at this Player One camera, because the ZWO, the equivalent ZWO, was on sale. Normally $600. It's on sale for like $540, I think, but this one is $490, and it's the same sensor, similar specs. So I don't know. I mean, it is the price of a Seestar, but which is kind of funny. But on the other hand, I have another refractor, so it's it would be an upgrade for the camera I have. I've used on it, so just debating. That's yeah, because like there's these Black Friday sales, and some of them go into early December, I think. So might be a good thing to look into if you're wanting to get some kind of astro camera or other astronomy gear. Yeah, making progress. And this one is the spider is spider nebulas. Doing okay. Massive gradient, but that's okay. It'll clean up. Yeah, so it does spiral pattern. So it started in the center, kind of took a series of frames this direction, and now it's kind of gone down a bit. And I'm guessing it. Yeah, I was guessing it would kind of continue this way. So in a spiral shape generally, or at least that was the initial implementation when they were testing it out. It kind of would do this spiral. So the next one should be there. If it's actually doing a spiral. Did it drop a frame? Nope. Yep, so maybe a couple more frames, a few more frames before it goes up. I don't know. But yeah. Let's see, what else? What else is there? Any astronomy, interesting astronomy news or astronomy events? I saw this video of things going on in December, but unfortunately, like there's a like the moon, an occultation with the moon and some planet. I forget which, but it's not going to be visible from North America. I mean, there will be people who see it, but not me, unfortunately. Oh, this is cool. Nice. I'm just looking at the Discord server. If you do the, I have to do the gratuitous plugging of the Discord server if you haven't joined. And if you haven't liked the video, please like the video. It helps a lot. Photo of Comet McNaught taken with a film camera was visible during daytime. Let's check this out. Comets. Let us look at comets. Oh, wow. That's cool. I mean, can you imagine how spectacular that would be today with like modern sensors? Like, that would be really impressive. I mean, if you could capture something like this with film, it's like, that would be amazing. And then you read about these. Yeah, no comment about. Hey, I have photos. I have the first 2, 3 eclipses. Not all total, but the first 3 solar eclipses I've photographed were with film. Actually, yeah, 3. Yeah, we're all film. Yeah, so now it's going up the side. But I mean, yeah, just the modern sensors can do so much more now. That would be so cool. So that was posted on the Discord server. If you haven't joined the Discord server, 2007. I don't. Oh, it was particularly spectacular in the southern hemisphere. That's why. Because I was like, I don't remember. I don't know why Oh, I know why. I probably. Yeah, my oldest, or one of my kids was born in November of 2006. So yeah, that's why I don't remember that comment. There was other stuff going on. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, yeah, I need to, I do wonder how the skies would be under Bortle, better Bortle than what I got now. Speaking of astronomy, let's see. I always start looking forward to seeing if I can do another stream. I don't know about tomorrow. Like, this looks iffy. Like, it could be good or it could be terrible. So I don't think I'll do that. And then of course Thursday is Thanksgiving. Friday looks iffy, but I might do a live stream, a non-observing live stream. We'll see. I'll play it by ear, or I might try something different. But what I need to do is, or what I want to do is, break out the solar telescope. And I wouldn't necessarily do a daytime stream. I might at some point, but what was it? There are some interesting, what was it? There are some interesting, is this the one? There are some interesting, there's some nice big sunspots right near the center of the disk, so maybe tomorrow. I won't necessarily stream it. Maybe I'll do it on Discord if I can get that together, but maybe tomorrow during the day I'll break out my I have like a hydrogen alpha telescope, and try to image some of these sunspots. Oh, and this big one coming around the corner here. That looks pretty massive. But I wonder, what was the name of the site? What was it? Helioseismology. Which you don't necessarily think about being a thing, but where they can, was it with the Soho satellite? Yeah, no, this isn't the one. Because I know one of them. Is it this one, the Solar Dynamics Observatory? They had one where you could actually look at the far side of the sun, so you could kind of get an idea if there was a new sunspot coming around. And that's using helioseismology. which I didn't even realize was a thing. But yeah, I should break out the solar telescope and try to image some of these, and maybe if I do that and get my act together and do that, I can actually, maybe I could try processing them on that Friday stream. Could be interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I can't even imagine. I know. How big were some of those subframes that you had? Because like the resolution is what, 12 times, and then if you're drizzling it, it's going to be like 50 times larger than a normal Seestar frame. And then if you stack a bunch of those, yeah, your computer would probably catch on fire. One thing I thought was cool earlier this summer, or not even this summer, when they was it this one? When the with this spectrograph or whatever, you could that comet showed up, the 2023 A3, this comet that was in the skies just recently. It was cool. Before it kind of went from the morning to evening skies, it showed up on the SOHO satellite, where you could see it kind of going through the field of view, which I thought was, oh yeah, let's look at this. Yeah, isn't that cool? It's like, what? And then they have, here's another with another sensor. I think that's just really cool. Yeah, that's if you want to look at those images, it's worth a view. Yeah, it peaked as its brightest. It was at its brightest magnitude after going by when it was close to the sun. So unfortunately, okay, so it's gone up. It came around and now it's coming down this side, it looks like. So maybe the next frame will be down here. Maybe. Maybe not. 55 and 17. Yep. There's the next frame. So yeah, it's definitely doing the spiral, a spiral. That's good. Cooking. Take orders for eggs off of Seiko's computer. Yeah. Speaking of which, I need to upgrade. Micro Center had a deal, like $100 off on the M4 Mac Mini, but I think they sold out, at least sold out locally. Which is I've seen a lot of good reviews about the M4 Mac Mini. If you use Macs and are in the market, it's might be a good choice. Otherwise, I think I need to get a new. Well, I shouldn't say new. I've been looking into buying a PC, a Windows computer, just because a lot of the software runs on Windows. Specifically, I was looking at like SharpCap and I mean, not just SharpCap, but like all the different software, Nina, just a variety of capturing and some processing software that only is on Windows. Plus, with since some of it's GPU accelerated, I'd get yeah. I mean, I wasn't gonna go crazy. I'm not gonna spend. Yeah, I'm not getting a 4090 or even a 4080 or probably even a 4070. Ideally, some NVIDIA card, but not that high of an end one. Yeah, so now it's coming down here. Probably it'll go this way now. No, that's bummer. Maybe it was the Tesseract. Yeah, this seems to be doing okay. Now I'll probably have to process it after the fact to bring out some of the nebulosity, but unless I just let it go for a really long time. It claims an hour, but I don't know. I guess it depends on how much more time it spends revisiting different parts of the image. This one's doing fine. I think I did this one for a full hour. Did I? No, I did it for 45 minutes. So that is fine. So it's 2/3 of the way done. Yeah, just too bad about the noise. But yeah, I keep debating of going to some dark sky location, but we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, the only... Oh yeah. Hello, Bam Bam 68. Yeah. No, that's no, the S50. I mean, I've got two different S50s going here. Thanks for joining the stream, by the way. And yeah, so this is just a live mosaic of the Pleiades, and this on the left is just a single frame, and this scope is actually mounted on equatorial mount. So, nobody mentioned that I'm in the wrong layout. Give me a second, let me fix that. I've been talking like you can see the... Let's see. This is the view. This is the view I wanted to show. With the all-sky camera. But yeah, so I've got two going. Thanks. I don't know if you saw it on screen, but there was an application error. Yeah, that's funny. I need to figure out why it threw an exception. But yeah, now I changed the layout to the layout that I should have had on, where basically you can see the two telescopes in the lower right, and one of them, yeah, exactly. Thanks. So Bam Bam, though, the one that's kind of at the weird angle is this one on the left, and that one is mounted in equatorial mode, which basically it's just on a wedge, a tripod, and like a tripod and a wedge, and it's just at an angle, and there's some extra calibration and stuff, but that's optional. You don't have to do it that way, but yeah, so that's the only unusual thing about that one. And this one is just the not the exact latest firmware, but the one from prior to 2 or 3 days ago, and it's just doing a mosaic of the Pleiades. Earlier I did one of M31, the Andromeda galaxy, if you look back through the earlier bits of the video. But yeah, I agree with Michael Evans. It is definitely worth it, and it's on sale now, so something to keep in mind as part of Black Friday sales. The S50 specifically is $450 right now. So yeah, and I do have a link in the description for an affiliate link to both Seestar and High Point Scientific, which is one of the astronomy telescope sites that is reputable. So if you use that link, it doesn't cost any extra, and I might get a commission, but I don't promote that very often. I just have it in the description without really. Oh, okay, cool. So I'm glad you caught the M31, because yeah, that's a good target. And let me see. And I don't know if I showed it or if you saw me showing it earlier, but this was a mosaic I shot. Again, not a high resolution one, but like this was one I had shot of M42 the other day, a few days ago, and this is the out of telescope version. Did I actually process this? Let me. I should reprocess this since I'm here. But I won't restack it. That was my mistake before. Since Cyril is acting up, I think I'll just do the stacked version. And how do I want to do that? Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I've used the case it came. I mean, I've used the case it came with. I had one thrown in the back of the minivan, and I drove up to Maine for the solar eclipse, and it was fine. And I wasn't really worried about it. It was durable enough. And I brought in, like, I have both of mine on a third-party Skywatcher tripods, but other than that, I just had the filter and the cable and the telescope in the carrying case. And I think I brought the stock tripod as well in case no, actually I did end up using it. I did actually use the stock tripod because I was using the other tripods for other things during the eclipse, and it actually was good in a way that I ended up bringing the third party, or bringing the stock tripod, because when was that? Back in April? Yeah. Because it ended up being like super windy where I was. And so, let me see if I can find a photo of it. Let's see. I can't find a photo of it, but basically I had it sitting on the ground, and I had some other equipment as a windbreak So that actually ended up being fortuitous that I had it, the stock tripod. Just looking. It's weird. I know I got a photo of it somewhere. But yeah. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Oh, come on. Where is the little Seestar? Oh, man. Anyway. I have like photos and videos, mostly of the eclipse, but I know I have them somewhere, but oh well. Yeah. But yeah, it's, okay. I forgot I was going to go, I'm going to reprocess this photo. Just using the default, oh, let me hide these. Go back to this. What happens if you use the like? Which like? What are we talking? Oh, are you saying like the video? It does help the channel a lot. So if you haven't liked the video, please please consider doing so. It does help. Let me see. Let me bring up. I'll bring up Cyril and change to the external drive. If you use the link, which specific link are we talking about? Are you talking about the affiliate link in the description, or? So let's open this. So this is the M42, and I'm not restacking it. I'm just gonna mess around with it a bit. So the default one looks like, let me close that and that and this. Okay, so this is what it looks like out of telescope. So Seiko, what are you talking about? The link? Are you talking about the affiliate link, the link in the description to the to like High Point Scientific, or let's see. Let's see. So what do I want to do with this process here? First, let me go. I'm going to do the photo. No. Actually, I need to make this bigger. I'm not going to do the spectrophotometric. I'll just do the photometric. And did that do it much? Yeah. Oh. Yikes. This is a dev version, so let me... yeah, it looks like a giant turkey. Well, and this looks like, I don't know, a tapestry or something. Let me try that again. Let me try reloading that. And I'll rerun this, the color calibration. Photometric. Yeah, I should get the 585 cooled. I think I will. But what were you talking about, Seiko, with the link? What happens if you use the link? Oh. Yeah, so I don't know. It might, because High Point Scientific does ship overseas, because I know, what's his name? Dylan O'Donnell has an affiliate link, and he says they ship overseas. And the Amazon link, if you do buy something through Amazon, it will work. Well, because I have like this... Let me verify. Oh, this one finished. Okay, so this one finished. I didn't even see what it looked like in the end. But let me go look at the description here. Let me see. Oh, isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? It actually says I'm live. That's fancy. This is an incognito window. So if I go here, stop, and what is the description? Yeah, so this Amazon link, it's through this third party that a lot of people use, Genius, and it actually goes to different country ones. So I have it set up for I only have it set up because it's like it doesn't cost anything to set it up, and plus there are people in Canada, so I have it in Canada, UK, Australia, New Zealand, kind of basically where I've had some viewers, so theoretically it should work if you end up... Oh, good night, Michael Evans, thanks for joining. But yeah, the did you look at you probably did, All-Star telescope? Do they have it? Oh, it's back order, yeah. This is actually the company I bought mine from. The first one I got, I ordered two at the same time, and the one that showed up first, I'd actually gotten from All-Star Canada, All-Star Telescope, which is in Canada. So mine had to. So it was funny, even in spite of ordering it from them, and I had also pre-ordered it from like Agena Astro, I think, and yet the one from All-Star Canada, like I guess they got their shipment first, and it still had to come in through U.S. Customs, and I still got it before the other one shipped, or would have shipped. So go figure. Yeah, so this is going along. Are they all on? Now I'm curious. Are they all on? They do have High Point Scientific has them, and that is the one I have an affiliate link. Now I don't know what their shipping to Canada would be, or if it's even an option. Like I say, I did end up ordering. I ordered my Seestar the other direction. I got it from a Canadian telescope company. Yes. If you use the link and then you buy something, within a certain period of time, most of those links work that way. It's usually like a day, or sometimes it's a few days. But if you buy something, I may get a commission like there's restrictions on it. I mean, effectively, it often is, but it doesn't cost anything extra. And oh no, so the at least, well, some of them I know you can get in trouble if you game it, and in the case of Amazon, it doesn't work that way, and it actually even goes further. Like we've had stuff delivered to other family members through our Amazon account where we'll just enter their shipping address and it goes to them. But like if they were to use, I forget what it is, but basically they wouldn't be able to use my affiliate link because it would be shipping to an address that's associated with that affiliate link. So, yeah, so they don't, so it doesn't work that way. But it could be somebody you know, like that works. It just can't be something that's associated with your Amazon account. I mean, the one with the affiliate link. Although it is, I did have an affiliate link, and I'm not going to say which one it was, and I did order something from that company, but I didn't use my link, but I had clicked on the link to make sure it worked. And then they ended up crediting me a sale for that. But I don't think they ended up paying anything because the threshold was too low or something. I don't know. But yeah, you can't. But yeah, if anybody else wants to buy something, feel free to use one of the links. It does help. Or I'm not allowed to say that it helps because there's this whole, well, people do it. People say that. But they're technically not supposed to say that if they live in the US because of the way the regulations or the guidelines work as far as like affiliate programs. But yeah, if you want to buy something, feel free to use the links. It doesn't cost anything. Okay. 629, I presume Canadian. What was All-Star Canada? All-Star? Because they're... No, I want to switch. How do I switch? There was a way to switch. Or I could say, no, I don't want to see the US prices. Come on. Oh, here. So they have Svalbard currency. Good to know. Canada. Oh yeah, so that must be the going price. $6.29. Yeah. Yeah. Just have someone toss it over the border. No, not quite that easy. Yeah, when we were in Maine, like I was right. We were literally right at the border. We were about 100 feet from the border fence. It's a chain link fence, and I don't know if it was so much that it was the border. It's that we were at an airport in Maine. Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Cross. Well, that would be quite a toss. Cross. Yeah, I don't know why that thing keeps cratering. That's interesting. Thanks for letting me know. See, I make it all dynamic and now it's crashing. um, but yeah. Well, if there's other astronomy stuff you want to buy, I should see if I could get a link for like All Star Canada, because I mean, I bought a telescope from them, so why not? Um, let's see. What target do we want to do on the equatorial? Discord general. Let's see. Let us see what you got. Oh, I'm on the wrong Discord server. That explains it. Oh, welcome. Welcome, Bam Bam. Sorry for the delayed response. Oh, you got it. Nice. So, Stephen Fox got, let's see, this, it's, basically this quasar. Let's see if is that it? Maybe I didn't cut. Sometimes the names, quasar names are weird. Anyway, but yeah, so let's see. Say Seestar took an image. See if 12 billion light years. Oh, okay. So the dot to the left of the star. So that dot is the quasar. 12 billion light years. Okay, let me look up this number. Yeah, there we go. Of course, it doesn't have the Z. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but that's cool. That's really cool. It's 500 trillion times as bright as the sun. That is awesome. That is amazing. That is awesome. Thanks for sharing that. And then, yeah, the right image is taken with a VLT, very large telescope. So, yeah, that is cool. Yeah, and you can see, so like here's the brighter star, and then there's one here and one here, and you see here's the brighter star, and there's one here, and then that is the quasar. Nice. Very, very nicely done. Yeah, that's cool. Oh yeah, mail forwarders. Yeah. Or, well, I don't know how that would work. Like, I know Amazon, you can, see, I don't know if that would work. Because like Amazon, you can have stuff delivered to lockers, you know? Like I've used it when I was in New York, spending a lot of time there and living out of a hotel, and I had something delivered to a parking garage, and it's like lockers, and then you punch in a code and it pops open the locker that had your item in it. I wonder if that would be possible. And I do wonder, I wonder about it the opposite direction, if the U.S. ends up implementing tariffs, if people figure out ways to work around them, you know. Not that I would condone such things, but People are, what do you call it? Creative when it comes to getting around stuff. Oh, this is turning out nicely. So let's find a target for the left scope. It is a bit after 10 local time. And let's see. I have some things that would be good after midnight, but maybe not right now. And the thing crashed again. I'm gonna have to look into that. Why that thing's crashing. Actually, I'm gonna do more. I might end up doing more live coding. What should I do? NGC 884? No. Do I want to do? Do I want to do that? I feel like I should do something. I was thinking of imaging M80 and M81, but I should do a nebula, maybe. So let's see. Okay. Let's see. See, these are not high enough. Oh, but see, I wanted to do a normal. No, I'm gonna do. I want to do an equatorial mosaic with this, but is it too early? Because of the way this ends up going, it ends up getting blocked by this house. Like, even though it looks like it wouldn't, it ends up, so I'm going to regret that if I do that. Yeah. So I need to make note of that. Jellyfish mosaic, IC443 mosaic after 11 p.m. maybe? Yeah. Yeah, well, I have a feeling it's going to get whipsawed around for reasons. Let's see. Broken heart cluster. Pirate moon. What do we want to do here? I want to do a nebula, ideally. Of course, Bode's galaxy is now visible, but see, it's in this. If I'm up later, or in a few weeks, some of these other targets, like the Rosette Nebula, are visible. Like, that would be a good one. Orion, but unfortunately it's behind this house. So I might as well not even consider that. So what would be a good target? The thing crashed again. Now I'm on a mission to figure out why that crashed. Let me go back to here. Well, let me go ahead and just point it at, I mean, we did the spider. What does the starfish look like? I did. Well, for lack of a better thing, I could point it at the fish heads. Well, no, but I've got limited time on that one because it's getting near this roof line, I think. Yeah. So maybe I'll do more time on tadpoles. I'll do that. So let's just do the tadpoles, and then I'm going to try to figure out why that thing keeps breaking. Light pollution, 45 minutes, why not? I can always stop it if I change my mind. All right. So let's figure out why this breaks. Shall we? We shall. Let's see. Okay. And runtime logs. Past 30 minutes. Of course, it's not helping me. So what is the error? That's funny. It says check the server logs, and I'm checking the server logs, and there's nothing. So that's not helpful. Not at all helpful. Unless there's... Oh, here we go. Oh. Oh, interesting. It's running every 40 seconds. Makes no sense. Basically, so I'm using a web kind of, I'm using Versal web provider, and they have, I'm using the service, and it has a quota number of requests per day, and it claims I'm hitting it, but that doesn't seem possible because the limit is so high. So let me go look at that. It says I can run 10,000 per day. What bothers me is how could it have gotten that many hits? Wait, what time is it? It started at 8:34. Oh. Oopsie. Basically, it restricts the number of requests you can make per minute or per day. And there's two parts to it. There's the writing and the reading. And luckily they break it down. The problem is the writing. And that doesn't even make sense. How is it writing that much. Sorry, I'm just trying to look at this graph. In 3 minutes, it wrote 600 times. So it was writing once per second. It's fine. I'll let me look at this code. Well, let me look at the code off screen while people are looking at this. So what's happening? It started at 8:30, and I think that's when I added the time. Why would it run every... It's very strange. Oh. Oops. Okay. Basically, I introduced a bug where it was when I added the time, it basically says if the target name is not equal to the previous target, then it runs this code. And then if there's integration time and target name is not none, then it adds the integration time to target name, okay? And then it remembers the previous target name and then continues. The problem is this comparison isn't working because this target name that it's comparing doesn't have the time added, but previous target will always have the time on it. So even if it keeps going through it multiple times, anyway, it ends up not detecting that things haven't changed, and it goes ahead and keeps updating the value like over and over again, like multiple times a second. And so that's what caused it to blow out. Basically, I think I just need to fix it by moving the comparison out of this if statement so it appends the integration time, and then it's able to test it correctly. And wait, it didn't start imaging. This has happened before, where I had to go to the target. Does it think the schedule's running? And it thinks the schedule's running. That is annoying. So setting, turn on light pollution filter, and then I'll just manually start recording in here. But this has happened to me a few times with Alp, where it, for whatever reason, it thinks it's recording, but it's not. But this is cool. This is filling out nicely. Okay. NGC, yeah, there's an error in the all sky. I haven't looked at it too closely because unfortunately the writing is like super small. But Angel 2170. Oh, nope. No, although that I'll have to write that down because that would be something after midnight. Yeah, around midnight it'll come out from behind. behind the building. Oh, that looks cool. Yeah, yeah. One of these days, I'll end up like somewhere. It would be funny if I were to like go from here to like have my telescope at like dark sky, no obstructions. It would be, I don't know what I'd do with myself. I think I'd figure out something. So what I did, there's a couple of ways to do it, but the way I did it, I basically there's apps you can get, and I ended up just using a web page where basically it uses the tilt sensor in the camera or in your phone, and I kind of traced out, my horizon while just kind of standing in one place, and and it came up with just a bunch of numbers of like the rotation, like which direction you were pointing and how high it was that the camera was. Anyway, you take that file, and then there's a way to load it into Stellarium, where then I have it defined as a I always do that. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? I have a custom My Backyard author, me, where I have it reference that file. Now, you can go more fancy and actually have an image in Stellarium, like do a panorama. And I'm still needing to do this, and I know, but I haven't done it yet. But this video describes how to do like a panoramic photo and then make that your background. Your landscape in Stellarium, which I've also wanted to do that as well. I'll do it at some point, but yeah, check out that video. So what was I gonna do? I was going to see if I could fix this code. I've made the update, and now I just, yeah, see if I were looking at the logs, I would have seen all these errors about like daily limit exceeded. Oops. So I just stopped it, and I'm restarting it. And it shouldn't write as often. Okay, let's get that a little bit better. Okay, and then this one's loading up. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, always mine. But yeah, if you go, because yeah, if you set it up, then in here, wrong one. If you could create multiple backgrounds, and yeah, and you can add, remove landscapes, install a new one from a zip file, remove an installed one. So yeah, so show ground, show fog, transparency. Actually, I should probably do transparency so I can like see through it a little bit. Because a lot of times I'll end up toggling it off. So I can see. Oh no, that's interesting. It's not opacity, it's transparency, so I need to go the other direction. So I'll do 20%. Yeah, so now I can kind of see what's behind without having to toggle it off. But yeah, you could define multiple ones, and then you've always got. Okay, so let's see if I can fix this. Okay. Let's see. Does it even? Okay, yeah, so. That's annoying. Anyway, yeah, this might end up staying broke. Unless I can figure out how to unbreak it. I mean, I could. Can I create a different one? That's going to be a pain. Let me switch back so at least we're looking at something. So this one's actually, it did say over an hour, but that might have been a little, I mean, it did drop some frames, but it's getting there. It just needs to fill in some bits of the top, although it's still not bad. I mean, that area is really not going to add much to it, but you can definitely see some of the nebulosity. So at least there's that. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. No. It's not what I want. They don't make this easy. Okay. All right. Oh. Okay. I may have bought myself some more time with this. So let's see if this actually works. Okay, cool. Cool. I got it working again. Yay. So now we can see. Cool. Yeah, so hopefully it won't generate so many issues. But yeah, it was a bug. Coding can be a pain. Yeah. Noise. So at least that's working. Wait, what was that? Interesting. Cool. Yeah, so this is tadpoles, and this is getting some nebulosity. I mean, again, Bortle 9, so if you are in anything better than Bortle 9, you will see results much faster than I do. Or less noisy, or all of the above. Yeah, that's something I still want to do, is a comparison, but I've got some ideas on that. Yeah, I actually have water here today, so let me have some water. Yeah, this won't be as long as the last live stream, which I think was 7 hours, which was a personal record. I like that. I need to have that as my tagline. Come for the astrophotography, stay for the coding lesson. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the first time that I've done a little bit of live coding, but I try not to get too carried away with it. At some point, I might do. I keep saying I might do a separate live stream on a different channel with that kind of stuff, because for people who don't want to necessarily see the coding, I don't want to bog down. Oh, hey. Yeah. So let's see. Now, since I did stop, since I did restart, this schedule will have to be stopped manually. Now this one I kicked off from the app, so I need to think about, oh, it's finally starting to do this part up here. Well, I was getting ready to stop it, but now it's starting to fill in up here. I'll let it fill in the top bits. Especially if it's kind of going across like the spiral. Because otherwise I feel like it's got a decent amount of detail here. Like we'll be able to get more out of that. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Well, and what I try to do whenever I am doing that, I try to, like, when I bring up the editor, I usually try to remember to just have it off to one side. So like, if you want to see the image getting generated while I'm doing this, you're not only seeing code. Also because I want to see the image too, so but yeah, what was I gonna, I had loaded up this ages ago, because I was wanting to see, this was a mosaic stock out of the telescope, and I'm not sure if, maybe I'll do this on Friday. That would be a good one. Since I tried to restack a Seestar mosaic and that kept crashing, maybe I'll just take the pre-stacked image from the Seestar and reprocess it, because I've got a few of my own right now I mean, I have the M30, a couple of M31s. I have um, M42. I have the Pleiades now. Actually, I think I did the Pleiades before. So I can reprocess those, the pre-stacked images, and then I have some stacks from other people of like also M31, M33, and the Heart Nebula, I think. Let me see. Let me see where I have that. What? M31, M31. Where is that? When did I get that? Yeah, I have it somewhere, I'm sure. But I can't find it at the moment. But yeah, because it would be interesting just to, oh, no. It would be interesting to reprocess some of these, or just to see, you know, how it looks processed. I'm just still looking for. Yeah, maybe I'll do that Saturday. I can do some processing. Maybe, and like I said earlier, if I can get some solar imaging, maybe I'll process some of that as well. Because that could be interesting. Because I've taken some solar images, but I haven't really done much with them. So need to do that. Let me make a note so I don't forget it, because I always think of these things to do, and then unless I write it down, I will not remember it. So what was it? So on Friday, perhaps we'll reprocess Seestar mosaics and process some solar images. Yeah. I'll even shrink this. Yeah, it is kind of interesting because, and it's interesting too because since it is alt-azimuth and there's some level of field rotation, it's trying to compensate for that, and so the frames will sometimes seem to be kind of a little bit of a weird angle. Although M45 isn't going through too much field rotation. That would be actually an interesting test to find something that's going through severe field rotation and try to do one of the Seestar mosaics on it to see what it does. Although I think like the M31 was kind of like that. And actually, let me make a note here. Even if I can't stack it, one thing I want to look at is animating it. Hello, Hein. How's it going? Thanks for joining. But yeah, it's interesting. Actually, I need to make sure that I'm not doing anything severe with my usage here. Okay, good. Yeah, instead of writing several per second, it's now writing like a fraction of one per second. Yeah. which is what I expected. It's very slowly filling this in. Although I don't know how much it ends up like is it moving every frame, or is it taking like 2 or 3 in a row in the same position and then moving over a little bit and then doing 2 or 3 in a position? I don't know. Or is it dropping frames? Yeah, the Christmas tree shaped cluster. I need to see when that shows up, because I had a note about that. See, that isn't for like an hour and a half more, unfortunately. It has risen, but it is behind a building right now. So it wouldn't be until after midnight, unfortunately. Midnight local time, which it's about 11 p.m., so at least an hour away. Yeah, there were some targets I did either the last stream or the stream before, like the Medusa Nebula, Angel Nebula. I think I did get some time on the Christmas Tree Nebula, but and I want to revisit them because what I saw was encouraging. It's just, unfortunately, right now, it's obstructed until like after midnight. Oh well. It is very slowly moving, but it's getting there. So here is... And... Is it actually even updating? Is the count going up, or is it getting... I should do that. I have just come up with ideas for things to try out. Okay, a little bit more. Hey, Chris. Welcome. Thanks for joining. How's it going? I keep saying I need to look at, keep an eye on Discord, but yeah. Cool. It's very slow, but I might stop it once it finally fills in the top. It's so close. So close. So I'm gonna leave the mouse right where it is. Oh, I turned and it moved. So I'll move it. Just watching kind of how with each panel how it like the noise cleans up a little bit. closer. But I have a feeling this last bit will take a while. Who knows? Maybe it'll finish quickly. It looked a little... It looked a little iffy. Yeah, see... Like, look at this. It's like... See, there's going to be kind of patches of clouds around here, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's again, I mean, at least it's clear tonight, but I'm sure we'll have a stretch of clear weather next time there's a full moon. Never fails. Why do I have thermal images on the scopes? It's because so the AltAz software that I use, it's the one that's pretty common. It's this one. Yeah, I mean it doesn't help that it's like a tiny little. It's more apparent if you look at it on the full size image, because like this is the right one, this is the left one. You can even see like the roof there. The theory, the idea, well, so that software, they have some like add-ons, contributed kind of modules, and one of them was the thermal camera, and I just happened to have the sensor. It's a sensor you get from like if you do Raspberry Pi stuff or like other electronics, like they sell them from Adafruit. If you know Adafruit, they have them there. And I had picked up one of like 3 years ago or something like that. And so I had it. I was using it for some little experiments, or like, you know, just to have it. And so anyway, the AltAz camera supported, and so I'm like, it didn't cost me anything. And I think the idea is, it's not as big of a problem in my location because my skies are so terrible. You can see clouds pretty easily, but I think the theory is with the thermal camera, the clouds look different in the thermal camera. So even if the images are, if it's dark, like if you're actually in a dark location, unlike me, you'll the clouds will stand out more. At least that's the theory. Let me see if I can find see a good one. Oops. Let me find one where it was really abysmal. Yeah, so here's one. Let me stop this. So I turned it on like during the day, and oops. But see, you can see, and like, so you can see the clouds coming through the thermal camera. Now my skies are so bright you can see them, but there are cases where sometimes it'll be a little bit more obvious in the thermal camera than it will be visually. And I imagine with people who have darker skies, like, see, you can see, And it also kind of, like, the cirrus clouds don't show up as much. And there have been times with this where I wasn't sure if the cloud was kind of like these clouds that kind of like these, where they kind of where you can kind of, you get occasional breaks where you can see stars through it, or ones where it's really what do you call it, really thin clouds. But like, look at these, you can see how they're getting like, look at this one, it's like yellow. Like, when I start seeing it go to like these darker colors, then I know the cloud is just that much thicker, and I should probably consider giving up on the night. Like, when they were like thinner, I'm like, okay, it's fine. But notice how dark that cloud is. That means it's a thicker cloud, and so yeah. Even though I can see the clouds, it can be helpful to know that, okay, these are clouds that are probably going to cause me problems. So, but yeah. Like I say, I wouldn't have necessarily done it if I didn't already have the sensor sitting around. But since I did, I figured, what the heck. It's a little... and like I say, if you're in a darker sky, it's probably higher utility than for me. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like I say, it's been interesting seeing the differences in how the clouds look in the thermal camera, where visually I can't really tell, but the thermal camera, they'll look different if they're thicker. But yeah, it's also kind of, gratuitous, but kind of cool. Oh. Thanks for the the super chat, B-Hop. Appreciate it. Yeah, the mosaic. So yeah, if it's been a while, this is mosaic mode, actually, the native mosaic mode. What other major features were there? Yeah, that's probably one of the big ones that came with... Yeah, I'm trying to think what else. I mean, they added this guest mode, which is kind of arguably more annoying than useful, where if you have multiple what do you call it? Sorry. Before, you could have two different apps or two different connections to the Seestar. So if you ran like Alp and your phone, or you could run a phone and a tablet, but you couldn't run more than two. But either one could control it. They've now added this guest mode where only one can control it at a time. And so you have to go in, like if you have your phone and your tablet connected, you have to like release control, and then you can control from the other one. But both can view. So if you're like controlling the Seestar with your phone, but you want to have your tablet to like view the image as it's processing, you can. I would say Mosaic is probably one of the big new features. They just came out with a new version now that like 2 days ago, that has some kind of denoising in it, but I haven't tried that out yet. And I mean, there were other like little quality of life improvements, like manual exposure related things, depending on when you last updated, where like it may not have allowed you to do certain manual exposures in like the different modes, like sun and moon and whatever. Like some of them you could make adjustments, and they've kind of added some features there that it didn't have before. But recently the big one would probably be mosaic, the native mosaic mode, which isn't too bad, especially for brighter targets. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I mean, it does. I know Wiley's site actually had a Python script that he was able to run across all the files and then graph out the positions, and so you could kind of see how it was building up. But that was with some older data, like from somebody's beta release. So it'd be interesting to rerun that on the current one and see where it's actually processing. Yeah, because it's like you see like this ragged like the noisy edge, and then it'll kind of become less noisy. So yeah, it's doing something like that where it's not. I think the initial versions, it was moving like every frame. Oh, I meant to reply. But yeah, thanks again, Bebop and Rocksteady for the super chat. The credits in the ticker are not real time for contributions, but your name will get added to that. I do appreciate it. But it's like it's so close. I want to stop it after it fills in the mosaic, but I mean, again, I have particularly bad skies here, Bortle 9, so other people might get faster results than I do. Yeah. Well, behind this is actually the Pleiades right here. See, there's the nebulosity there, and yeah, and there's the Pleiades overall. It's still kind of noisy on the bottom too, but I'm just waiting for it to plug that hole up there. Let's see. Yeah. What else? Yeah, I need to get it set up where I can screen share the app, because I used to be able to do that because I was only using the app for showing imaging, but now since I use Alp for it, and the other problem is, like, I can run the older version of the app on my phone and show it on screen, but the latest version that I'm running is in a place where I can't easily get it on screen. I need to fix that. I need to make a note about that. App on screen. And speaking of on stream, if you haven't liked the video, please like the video. It's free and it does help the channel a lot. And I do appreciate it a lot. Wow, it's been going. It's what do you call it? Kind of diminishing returns. It's like it's getting so close, but it's been going for over an hour or almost 2 hours. So like, is it gonna fill out? It's like, it's getting so close. Come on, man. It's right there. You could do it. You can do it. It's like one more, just one more, two more frames. See, now it's like it's like a matter of principle that I gotta. Oh, well, what the heck? I'll leave that. I will leave this, and then I'll figure something out for this one. So this one, the tadpoles. Actually, is it? Yeah, it's like that is a good analogy. Oh my gosh, yeah, where you're like. I mean, even sometimes Mac updates can be like that. Windows updates still win. But where it's like, this will take, the worst is when they give you an estimate. It's like, this will take 20 minutes. It's like, okay, fine. I come back 20 minutes later and it says, it'll take 30 more minutes. It's like, wait, you said it would take 20 minutes. And I gave you 20 minutes and now you're saying it's going to be another 30 minutes. And then you come back and it's like, this will be dead in an hour. And I was like, it's already been an hour. Anyway, the best ones were years ago when you'd apply the Windows update and it would reboot and then it had more updates to apply. It's like, wow, just never ends. Okay, so I was gonna go look at my list because there were some things like, is the jellyfish nebula? I didn't mean to do that. Actually, I should. Is the jellyfish nebula now in a place where, yes, it should be close. The problem is this is kind of misleading. There's like a satellite dish there that sometimes shows up, but maybe we'll go ahead and try. We'll try. So I'm gonna do. So I'm going to stop this. And I'm going to go ahead and start the jellyfish nebula. Is it actually stopping? It's like, no, I really want you to stop. Oh, it did stop. It's just okay. So I will go. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna schedule clear. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the planning mode since I rarely get to use this, and we'll do IC 443, 2 grid, and yeah, that looks good. 20%, since I'm shooting equatorial, I can get away with that. So just go with that. 2x1, 20% overlap. I'll do it for an hour. Because it's not enough time, but I'm not going to stay up super late. And go. And start. So, ideally, this should start going. Let's see. Okay. So is it running? Okay. Oh, let's look at the status. Oh, statuses. Okay, drop the first frame. That's not a good start. And this is a cached image of the tadpole, so that will go away once it gets an image. Okay. It's so close. It is so close. Now it's just I feel like it's just messing with us. It's like we're gonna make them wait. Oh, see, look, it's still obstructed. So I'm gonna stop this mosaic, and I'll resume it. But it's still having issues with the satellite dish, I think. Okay. Yeah, so I'll wait for a little bit. Go back to the schedule, and we'll just wait this out. Meanwhile, this mosaic is it added a few more pixels. Added a few pixels. It's like so close. Oh man. Oh, okay. It was funny. My yeah, never mind. It's like I feel like it should be able to close this with just a few more frames, but maybe it's working on getting more detail. I don't know. It would be interesting to take these frames and yeah, oops. Your massive images that like taken, what was it? Is it like one of those 25 megapixel images drizzled to like 100 megapixels or something? Yeah, Discord doesn't like that. Does not deal well with massive images. It is getting there. It's taking its sweet time, isn't it? I mean, like, why does it take so long? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it, it's like, it's one of those things where, you know, it's like, I don't want to stop it because I feel like it's on the cusp of finishing, but on the other hand, I feel like I'm just, this might take, I mean, it's been running for almost 2 hours. It has dropped a decent amount of frames, but again, my skies are terrible, so so that might be a factor. But like, come on, it's just that little corner. You can do it. I know you can. Like, how high in the sky is I mean, is it having issues because it's high in the sky or something? Oh, it is rather high in the sky. Oh. Oh. Could that be part of the problem? Look at this. It's 82 degrees above the horizon. Maybe it's actually having issues because it's too high. That might be the problem. I wonder. Given that it's just taking a ridiculous amount of time to finish this, I wonder if it's because it has issues tracking above 80 degrees, and I wonder if it's just, yeah, let's 300 and 130. So let's see if the next one is succeeds or fails. If the next 3 fail, I'm gonna stop it. Because I think it's just, actually, let me see what excuse it's giving for the failures. Dropped. Oh, that's a different error. That's what's going on. Look at this. So you can't see it in the log, or I could bring up the logs, but if I go to the image tab, it'll show the failure. No, I actually got, so it says star trails, but it actually, just before that, it gave me an error of transform failed. Yeah, look at this. It said, let me see if I can find that. Star trails. Drop frame. But basically it said transform failed. So it's like it wasn't, yeah, right here. Oh yeah, see, look, it says transform failed. See? See, it says transform failed. So I think it's literally because it's too high. So who knows when it got to that state. I probably should have stopped it a while back. So I'm going to stop it. It's so close. But to be fair, this area isn't as useful. And actually, I'm gonna stop it from the app. And I'm gonna release control. I'm trying to see what error comes back with on the app. It claimed it was star trails, but the fact that it had that transform error, I think it's just, it was too high. So what do I want to do? Actually, that would be an interesting test. Should I don't know if I want to do that. It's 11:30. Let's look at Stellarium before, since I have 2 telescopes that are ready to go. Oh, that was pretty close, only 5%. what do I want to do for... Do I want to do mosaic? Or no? Oh, look, Orion is so close. So close. Maybe I'll just go ahead and start the jellyfish mosaic with this one. Yeah, M45. Well, what happened is it had like the corner. Let me see if I can pull up the image. But basically, like, there was just a tiny bit in the corner that wasn't complete, and it was just dropping a lot of frames. And then it ended up so I was like looking through the logs, and normally you see like star trails, but it actually was giving an error of transform failed. And I had noticed that M45 was like, I think it was just too high. Like, look, it's 83 degrees above the horizon, so I think it was literally just too high in the sky. And like the Seestar doesn't do well, or it won't work above 80 degrees, and I think it was just trying to get like one corner, and it just couldn't, and it kept trying. Something, if... Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Let's do that. Let me get something a little lower. 80 degrees. Maybe something that's right under 80. Like 70. So the moons, you can see them, and actually since I have it, yeah, well, for me it was, yeah, I mean, it might depend on where you are. Like for me it was I think too high. But yeah, you can see them I mean, you can see them as like dots, but let me go ahead and, since Jupiter's up, let me go ahead and point it at that. Okay, I'm gonna have it go towards the moon, to Jupiter, and then I'll bring it up on here. And so one thing I'm going to do is I will... Okay, let's see if I can get this to work. Okay, claim control. And go to live view. And of course, all right, so let's turn it to see if this works. Is it? Oh, okay. There's a bug. No. Yikes. Okay, here we go. Unfortunately, this is kind of broken. But yeah, this is Jupiter, and these are at least 2 of the moons, I think. Let's go look. What did you miss? Everything? No. Hi, Chris. How's it going? Did a little bit of mosaics. Now we're looking at Jupiter. Yeah, you can. It is kind of cool. You can see them with. But let's see. Let me bring up Stellarium and switch to that. Okay, yeah. So here. So we've got. That's Ganymede. That's Io. And every once in a while you can see like this one right here is Callisto. And right now the exposure is kind of like Jupiter's a little overexposed, so you can see the moons. But yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. M31 ran into the same problem it did the other night. It ended up tracking into the ceiling. I mean, into a house. So it got much of it, but then it started falling apart. And then yeah, and then what else was it? Then I did M45, and M45 almost finished except for one little corner, and I think it was because M45 was too high in the sky. It was like 83 degrees above the horizon. And as far as like the brightness goes, unfortunately I don't have the brightness on planet mode. Let's see if we can add it. Planet card status. Which mode has brightness? Does scenery mode have brightness? No. Moon mode has brightness. Card status. Card controls. Okay. Let's try that. Yeah, okay, cool. We have the technology. So let me zoom in here a bit. And let's try exposure. That's probably going to be too much. Let's bring down the gain. Is that doing anything? Maybe those don't work with... Maybe it doesn't work with planet mode, the specific gain command. Although these do appear that they're doing something with the telescope, but... Yeah, unfortunately, what I'm probably going to have to do... image, live, guest mode. Yeah, obviously I haven't worked with planet mode that much. I should. Live planet. Yeah, I think it reset the exposure. Oh no, it didn't. There you go. See? So you can see the... I dropped the brightness pretty massively. But yeah. Yep. Oh. And then it glitched back for some reason. But you briefly saw it there. I need to figure out why the... It must... The problem is... Oh... There's like two different ways that the app does brightness. And what I was doing is changing the exposure and gain, which works for lunar mode and sun mode. But I think the app is doing something different. So I need to look at that. Yeah. No, I mean, it was, it's not bad. I need to work on that. Let me make a note on that. Maybe I'll do that. Planet. Okay, and planet mode, fix exposure. Cool. Yeah. No, it's... So yeah, you can definitely... So to answer the question, you can see the Galilean moons, and you can see the bands. You just have to... Yeah, and I had it... The problem is... I can't like change the zoom. But it was very briefly on zoom. But then it kind of resets when I kind of relinquish control. So I don't know. Actually, I wonder if I change this to scenery mode, because scenery mode does support the exposures, I think. Or no, I'll change it to lunar mode. I'll change it to lunar mode. And that just has to do with the tracking and oh, here we go. Okay, so now the exposure does work. Cool. So let's do, and I'll crank this down. Yeah, I don't know why the different modes are different like that. Oop, too little. Bring it up a little bit. That's too much. So I got to do a short exposure and then crank up the gain. There we go. See? So color's a little off. But you can see the bands. And then, sorry, if I crank up the exposure, then you can really see the moons well. Let's see. I think there's a limit here. But yeah. Yeah, so Ganymede, Io, and Callisto. And I'm guessing Europa is not. I'm guessing Europa is actually we can go forward in time. Okay, yeah, Europa is behind Jupiter, because you can see it comes out. It will see in an hour or two it'll be, or a few hours it'll be out. But at least as of right now, you can see the 3. And go to the current time. Okay. But yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, although, like in this case, I'd like to be able to actually support it, but at least I can kind of tweak it. And that's going to be too dim. Way too dim. But yeah, at least can't zoom in on the image anymore. At least I don't think I can. Nope. Still, it's not too bad. Cool. So got Jupiter, and actually, does my it still says M45. It's actually Jupiter, not M45 on the right, but that's okay. Let's go look at the mosaic over here. Like, it went to the target, but it hasn't actually started imaging. Don't know why that's doing that, but okay, so let's find another target for this. Yeah, so Alp is it's kind of this open source software that can drive the Seestar, and it runs on Windows and Mac and Raspberry Pi and Linux, and it gives you, well, it's had its own mosaic mode for a while. It lets you schedule things, so like that's what I'm running. That's what I'm running here, the web interface. So I can go in and you can have a schedule, and you can create, multiple items. You can say, okay, I want to image a specific target, like M42, and then do it for a certain amount of time, and then have another schedule, and it'll kind of run through a variety of targets. And so there's people who will use it to schedule basically an entire night worth of observing, and at the very end you can have it like shut itself down at the very end. And so they get up in the morning, and it's they have a lot of images and it's all shut down. Yeah, so no problem. Yeah. Yeah, it's more advanced control of a Seestar. Yeah. What was I gonna do here? I was gonna. What do I want to image with the other telescope? What do I want to image? Gotta bring up Stellarium here. And don't forget, if you haven't liked and subscribed, please consider liking and subscribing. We also have a Discord server that a number of us hang out on, share images and stuff. Is NGC 2170 up? Let's see. Yeah, and I have like really, if you haven't heard me complain about it, I have very terrible skies in my backyard. I have full on Bortle 9. Oh, so close. So close. Less than an hour it should be visible, but Orion is visible, so we can do a mosaic with Orion Nebula. Let's do that. Let us do this. So I'm gonna, now one thing Alp doesn't support is the new built-in mosaic mode. Like it has its own mosaics, which is what I'm doing on the left here. But hold on a second. I just realized something. The other thing, Alp lets you do things that normally wouldn't be possible. Like I can just turn on the light pollution filter while it's running. I guess you could do that maybe. I don't know if the app lets you do it, but yeah, I forgot. Okay, it's only done 12 frames. Okay, so what? It's funny because since I had changed this, since I had Alp went into moon mode to look at Jupiter, when I went to the app and took back control, it detected that and said, oh, you want to go into moon mode? And do you want to salute to the moon? And I was like, no. So let me... So what I'm doing off camera is using the app to go to image the Orion Nebula. I think I'll do that. Now I could either do the Orion Nebula or I could try doing the Horsehead. Do I want to try doing the Horsehead? Actually, maybe I'll do the Horsehead because I feel like that might be... I mean, with the Bright Star Allen attack there, I think that could be challenging. Now one thing I'm doing is I am rotating it. And it claims 0.6 hours, so we will see. Now I didn't like get all of the nebulous, I didn't get like all of the nebulosity that's above the horse head, but I got a lot of it. But I got the flame nebula. Okay. I'm doing an autofocus, turning on the light pollution filter, and then I will switch over to Alp so we can view it. It's autofocusing, and it is autofocusing. Okay. So we'll see how this goes, because so I did the mosaic doesn't have a very high magnification, so maybe like 10 or 20%, but it's rotated. Now it claimed 0.6 hour, but we'll see. And so you'll be able to see how rotated it is. It's pretty rotated. And this is a cached image. There we go. So you can see how rotated it is. I was going to say, it's like, oh man, it's cut off. And I'm like, oh wait, no, it's going to eventually extend over here. So you can see, like, there's the horse head. You'll be able to get a whole bunch of the nebulosity here. This will be completely in the frame. Yeah, so we'll see how long this takes. It's dropping a lot of frames, but I'm still doing 15-second exposures. I probably should have decreased it. Yeah, and Jack, if you're still there, one of the other things Alp lets you do in some cases are it lets you specify things that are built into the Seestar, but that the app doesn't let you do. For example, exposures, you have like 10, 20, and 30 seconds, but the hardware itself, the firmware, supports other values. So this image on the left, I'm actually doing 15-second exposures. So you'll see the next frame, it should, of course it's dropping a frame, but it's multiples of 15. And but you could set it to whatever. You could set it to almost arbitrary values. There's people who've actually experimented with up to 60-second exposures. So yeah, so you can see it's 6 minutes 45 seconds, because it's 15-second exposures. So things like that maybe the app doesn't expose, you can kind of push things. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, and if you haven't joined, like there's a Discord server for Alp itself, but this this channel has a Discord server as well, and a number of us hang out there, or a number of people hang out there, share images and stuff, and also ask questions about Alp sometimes because a couple of us who are on there are have done a bunch of development on Alp. Actually, now that I think about it, there's actually four of the top 6 developers of Alp, I think, are on that on this Discord server. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so based on how this looks, it must have reached the end. Now, I've been having some issues with my version here because I have some local changes that apparently are breaking some things. So let me see if it's actually even gone on to the next panel, or if I broke it, because I've noticed it's doing stuff on the back end, but like the front end, okay, it's a front end problem. It's a front end problem. I think it was some of the stuff I did for the telemetry of updating the target and stuff. Not the integration time, but the target specifically. I think I must have broken it somewhere. But this is only for me, or for my purposes. So, okay, so this is the second panel. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. I mean, we talk about a bunch of stuff there, and anything astronomy related and such. So it's like share photos and other things. So doesn't the Alp is just a very small part of what goes on. Welcome back, Chris. It's yeah, so actually this is filling in pretty quickly. Like it claimed 4/10 of an hour it would fill in, and it's doing okay. Now, one thing if it does actually fill in, I am curious to see if it will revisit and get more data for like the horse head itself or the flame nebula. Yeah, yep, horse and flame. And actually, is the ticker actually showing that correctly? Is it? Okay, it's using the catalog, what's on here, the IC 434. I should put on have some other number or some other way of annotating it, I guess. But yeah, horse head, which is right there. You can kind of see it. The silhouette of, there's the horse head, and there's the flame and AltAz. And I mean, again, Bortle 9 sky. So this is, at least there's no moon, but this is about as bad as one gets. But yeah, it is painfully bad. But I guess that is, having grown up in the city and done a lot of visual astronomy. Yeah. I need to. I mean, the one good thing is with this, I tried to kind of make it more you know, where this line was kind of parallel. I obviously didn't quite get it, but um, that was kind of what I was shooting for, and that's why I need to share, figure out how to share that app running on that device onto the stream, because then I can always go back to the stream and look at how I aligned it. So yeah. Oh, that sucks. Well, that sucks. What a way! What a way to go into Thanksgiving weekend or week. That sucks. Yeah, to stack them. That sucks. Have you taken a COVID test or so? Right, right. Yeah, always around the holidays. Yeah, it never fails. I it was the most nerve-wracking. Um, was it the most? Was that what happened? I want to say my daughter, one of my kids, came down with the flu, and it was verified flu, and it was a day or two I was before I was supposed to get on a plane to go to Hong Kong. And I didn't get sick, but I was like a wreck, because I'm like, we had all been exposed to her, and I'm like, great, I'm gonna get on a plane for like 16 hours and I'm gonna like not be in a good place by the time I land. Um oh, that sucks. Uh that sucks. I I was I wasn't it wasn't the flu, but it was an ILI, influenza like illness, because this was, oh God, it was over 10 years ago. It was 10 years ago. And they did a flu test. They did like a couple of flu tests on me, and they were negative, and I was just sick. But then anyway, it ended up turning into double pneumonia, and I was hospitalized. That was not great. But that was like 10 years ago. Um, yeah. Yeah, it was. There were a lot of funny things with that one, with that thing, because I had gotten so sick so quickly. Like at one point, the doctors came in and they had like all kinds of masks on. And again, this was 10 years ago, and they're like asking me if I'd visited certain countries and stuff, because they were like running all kinds of tests, like, you should not be this sick. Like, yeah, that was fun. But yeah, so I can definitely relate to having having something like that happen. That sucks though, man. Yeah. I yeah, we'll just rest, drink plenty of fluids, all that kind of stuff. Um mm, maybe it'll clear quickly, hopefully. Okay, so this is looking okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Like some of these names, like what was it? Not this one. It was wasn't the jellyfish went by. I think the jellyfish just goes by jellyfish, but some of these, like, was it the Christmas Christmas tree, the Cone Nebula, or the Fox Fir Nebula. Fox Fir Nebula. It's like, what? Yeah, we'll just stick to the NGC name. Oh, when you were a kid. You know, that was another thing I had when I had pneumonia, when I was hospitalized. I remember telling the doctors, I think it was like the 4th or 5th time I'd had pneumonia in my life. And they just looked at me like, how have you? I'm like, I don't know. Just lucky, I guess. Yeah, Gatorade can be good. And thanks, man. Thanks, appreciate it, Chris. Hope you feel better soon. But yeah, just I really appreciate it. It's very, very kind. But yeah, it's yeah, I remember. I think I when I told the doctors that I'd had like pneumonia 3 times before or 4 times before, they just were like, I mean, I was almost kind of like not blasé about it, but I'm like, I've had pneumonia so many times at this point, it was just a matter of time before I got hospitalized for it. And they're like, what? Like, the weirdest one I had was I was in college. I had walking pneumonia. Like I was just drained and I had this cough, but like that was my only symptom. And it was going into like finals my junior year or something, second semester junior year. And I'm just like, I feel so tired, but all I have is this cough. I don't know what's going on. And so I went and saw a doctor and they're like, you have pneumonia. I'm like, how? Like I have no other symptoms except this cough. And I think after my last class before finals, I ended up like sleeping for 2 days because I was just so wiped out. I mean, not like constantly for 2 days, but I just stayed in bed for like 2 days trying to recover before finals. Good times. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No. Well, and that's the thing. I've known someone who had, it's like if you get certain kinds of respiratory thing in colds, you get like this post cold like cough. I've known a couple people who've had that, and they even went to the doctor and stuff for it, but it was just like they weren't sick, but it was like residual inflammation or something, or maybe there was a little bit of still sick, but like yeah, it lasted for weeks. Like yeah, and then yeah, that sucks. And it's like, well, you're kind of not sick. You're kind of, it's just, nothing we can really help. It's like, yikes. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I know, like I say, I know someone, they were middle age or older and they had to go. And, I mean, they thought it was something more serious, but it's like, no. And it went on for like a month or 2, I think. Yeah, didn't help at all. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Yeah. Being sick sucks. 37 cluster? What? The names always get me. The 37 cluster, the LE cluster, shopping cart cluster, and little Pleiades. That is very little Pleiades. Oh my gosh. Look at how small those are. Wow. What is this? Oh, that's the Lowers Nebula. I wonder if that's worth imaging. What does Lowers Nebula look like? Oh, this is really filling in quickly. Lowers. Nebula. I wonder if this is like a very low surface brightness one. No, it says it's fairly bright. Maybe I'll check that out. Maybe we'll try, maybe we'll try Lauer's Nebula. I need to make note of that just so I don't forget. Cool. Yeah, and if you haven't liked the video and you're still watching, please feel free to like and subscribe, because it does help the channel. And it's not, it really does, because it like I've noticed on some live streams where like there hadn't been many likes, and then like a bunch of people like it, and then not much long afterwards, like there'll be an increase on like I'll see like a bunch of people, not a bunch, but I'll see more people show up. And I think it's because YouTube's like, oh, we should push this out to more people. Yeah. No, Beetlejuice, I can't spell it, but yeah, I don't know. I like the star. I like, that the red star, but it would be, I mean, it wouldn't even have to go fully supernova. Like if it just did the kinds of things late stage stars do, like, blowing off some extra layers or something, that could be impressive too. And it has done some things, but it would be interesting. Yeah, just past midnight. It's just past midnight. It's not too bad. Yeah, this is filling out quickly. But what I'm curious to see is, once it's, assuming it continues to fill out quickly, like, is it going to try to get more data to really kind of bring out more detail here? Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything's happened with it, because I assumed we would have heard about it like from some other people on YouTube, but I saw something. Yeah, let it run. I'll let it run. That popped in and then popped out. Yeah, I'll let it run. So the recurrent nova, I remember running across something more recently where they were saying it is a recurrent nova, but the analysis they had done, run until you can't keep your eyes open anymore. Yeah, that might happen. But yeah, so for what happened, somebody had like looked at the data more, or there were more people who had analyzed the data that, sorry, I'm like distracted. A browser tab just crashed. They looked at the data, it's recurrent, but they were saying the initial analysis that was saying in August it would go nova was maybe overly precise based on previous eruptions. And so when they looked at it more, what they had come up with is, they said basically from about the time where they said it might go nova through next year, maybe even into early 2026. So if that analysis is right, then it could happen sometime in the next year. And that seems more feasible than, I mean, I don't want to give too much credit for like thinking this, but it always seemed like that's cool, but that seems like overly specific for something like a nova that you can narrow it down to I mean, awesome if it did if it did fall in that 1 month window or so, but it just seemed a little too tidy, neat and tidy, you know, that it would be that precise. So yeah, anyway, we'll see. But the last I had read, they indicated, yeah, it probably will go nova, but it might not be till even early 2026. So, but pay attention, because it could be anytime. Yeah, I mean, it's I mean, just that's a good point. Just like what do you call it, dash cams, you see all kinds of crazy stuff, but I specifically remember, like, even astronomical stuff like that. Was it 10 years ago that meteor over Russia, the one that like exploded and like was really low, and it was a bolide, and it was picked up by people's car cams, and if I'm remembering correctly, they were able to use the video to figure out where the debris may have landed, and they were able to find some fragments, I thought, if I'm remembering correctly. But with, yeah, you make a good point that with like the smart telescopes and so many people doing stuff, yeah, who knows? I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, I could see, yeah, video, yeah, 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 and I think they may have looked at more data to come up with a better number, or the number that it might be in a little further out. Now, what was it? The meteor. I don't know if, what was it? Russia meteor 2013? Dang, 11 years ago. The Chelyabinsk. I don't know Russian, but was that the one? Wow. Yeah, like, look at that. That's crazy. Like, imagine seeing a meteor like that. That was let's see if we can blows out windows and injures hundreds. Dang. Yeah, look at that. Like, jeez. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, so I mean, I remember when that happened, that was like, wow. But yeah, with people's smart telescopes and stuff where maybe like kind of like where stuff shows up on security cameras and after the fact, but like if say there's a nova or a supernova that's like brighter, I could see it where, you know, they'd go back and people would look at their smart telescope and it's like, oh, I imaged it like 30 minutes before anybody else did or something, or like, you know, they might be able to get some scientific data from it or something, because but yeah, I mean, yeah, and they do that with because like the professional scopes can't, like there's not enough of them where they can just immediately switch targets. I mean, not all of them. So with more and better smart telescopes, yeah, I could see just more data for and like the science, what is it, the citizen science kind of projects where you can, where they'll pool data for a given thing. I mean, I know they were doing it like during the eclipse, but I've seen some other things. But yeah, I'm just thinking about how all the smart telescopes and I guess yeah. Well, and even just like telescopes in general, like some of the software out there, and I could see, especially if they start as the smart telescopes get more powerful, like what was it? Uh, what was it? The software? It was what was it? Was it Firecap? And it wasn't the fact it was Firecap, but they had some plugins. It was one of them. And people use this for like, planetary, lucky imaging and stuff like that. But was this the one? Yeah. Here, they have plugins. Flare Detect provides the possibility of automated image recording sessions based on current X-ray flux. So in other words, if like some other scientific instrument picks up an X-ray flux, and if they can localize it, then it's like, try to image it to see if there's some visible light component. Oh, and this one I thought was cool. Flash detection software. It's a tool for detecting impact flashes on the moon. And the software was developed for lunar impact flash observations. However, its use on planets is encouraged. So like I could imagine something like this, especially like you could run this today, but you'd have to have a computer running Firecap. But as smart telescopes, like especially if I mean the S50 isn't there, but like if someone were to have a smart telescope that has the ability to add kind of plugins to it or something, where you could have like hundreds or thousands of people running stuff like this, I imagine it could be pretty cool to like, catch very transient things that might not typically be imaged. Yeah, the Nova. Lisa Gravitational Observatory. Oh, space-based gravitational wave. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, those gravitational wave sensors, I just find it fascinating that 2.5 million kilometers long. I just find it fascinating how sensitive some of the instruments they've developed for a variety of different things, like how sensitive some of these instruments can be. Three spacecraft, 2 telescopes, 2 lasers, 2 test masses. Michelson like interferometer. To eliminate non-gravitational forces such as light pressure and solar wind, each spacecraft is constructed as a zero drag satellite. Jeez. Wow. That is crazy. That's cool. Oh yeah, SETI at Home. I remember that. I remember SETI at Home. I don't know if I ran that. I might have run that. Boy, this is almost filled out. But I'm just gonna let this run. This is actually almost done because I only did that for an hour for the 2 panels. So I might actually point it at that Lauer's Nebula. Yeah, the engineering is just crazy. Yeah, that is... Yeah, like having to compensate for solar wind and other stuff. Like Lauer's Nebula. Do I want to do Lauer's Nebula? Are these other... I think the other things are still... Oh, the Christmas is close, but maybe I'll do Lauer's first. Because I know that'll be clear of stuff. And I'll do it as like a 30, or I'll do it as a 20-minute exposure just to, for the sake of... Oh, this is almost done. Yeah, do it. Flowers. Okay, finally finished. Okay, so this is done. So let's go. Yep, that's done. So I'm gonna go image Lauer's Nebula, and I'll do 20 minutes. I'll do 20 minutes, 120, and run. Yeah, I definitely the scientists and engineers who work on that stuff, it never fails to amaze me. And especially like you'll see the thing and you're like, wow, that's impressive, and the more you look into it, you're like, wow, it's really impressive. I mean like yeah, a lot of those things, James Webb, like the stuff they did for the James Webb telescope is just, it's just amazing. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's just, it's amazing. Okay, let's go look. Is it actually imaging? Or is it in the same mode where it's gone to the target, but for whatever reason, is this having more issues? Like I say, I have these local changes that, okay, where is it? Where is it? Okay, 1498. Gonna do some live bug fixing. Oh. Oops. And where was integration time? Okay, so it's if stack. So I need to. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm introducing bugs left, right, in here. So I'm gonna. What? AltAz. That's interesting. I got that transform error again on the right one, but it shouldn't be. That's weird. Why is it giving that transform error? Because I restarted it and no longer had control. Okay. All right, so this, I'll go ahead and redo that and go get it. 20 minutes, 120 gain. Hopefully this will actually work. Wow, Fortran on punch cards. Nice. Nice. I didn't actively do Fortran, but I remember helping a friend of mine who had a class where he had to do Fortran, and because I had more coding experience than he did at that point, I was able to help him out. But yeah, I didn't actually actively use Fortran. There were a couple times where it kind of for like scientific computing stuff back in the day, but never ended up having to do it. Yeah, punch cards too. I remember, I mean, I never had to use them, but I was in some situations where they were present. I'll put it that way. Yeah. Oh, nice. Atari BBS. Yeah, I did a lot of BBS stuff. I wrote it was one of the BBS terminal, one of the BBS what do you call it? It was a communication program, terminal emulator, where you could go connect to the BBSs. And there was one that I used, and I ended up writing some utility for it back a long time ago. It was in Quick Basic. I think I wrote it in. But yeah, I had a 300 baud modem. That was an internal modem. Oh God. I was trying to think if it's sitting here. I hate to always do this, but I'll hang on a second. I can't find it. I have a I have some old computer around here that actually has a modem built in, but no, I didn't actually. Besides that thing that had a built-in modem, the first external modem I had was 1200 baud. So I was living large with 1200 baud. Is the EQ yeah, the EQ, you know what's interesting? It was doing much better earlier. So I'm not sure why this is why it's having the failure rate it is. Maybe something came loose. I'm not sure. Or maybe it's the let me look at the see the see. Don't tell me. I hope that's not. I hate that when I hold on. It's discharging. The battery bank. I had the all-sky camera and the all-sky camera and the two telescopes plugged into. Must have run run out of battery because the all sky camera isn't updating and the telescope's not discharging, so that's fine. But yeah, I'm not sure. It was fine earlier, but the reason I wanted to look at the all sky cameras, I was wondering if maybe there was a problem with the cord, but yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I never had an Atari. I wanted to have an Atari, or an Apple II, but I didn't have any of them. I have a Commodore. I have a VIC-20 somewhere around here. But yeah, I'm not sure where it is. And actually, I should I should do it just for grins. Like, this is only if you're kind of, I don't know when I'll ever do anything with it, but it's something I want to do at some point. I had created another YouTube channel. Like I've talked about, doing live coding and other stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to do it on this. This is like for astronomy stuff, and but I do a lot of computer stuff, and it comes up on here, and I have like random, like I have a Raspberry Pi over here, and I have just other electronics sitting around here. I was like, I should have something for that and retro computing stuff. So I had created another YouTube channel. I haven't done anything with it, but if you subscribe to it, eventually I might do something related to my old computing stuff. It'll probably be at the same desk, at the same table, but with my my old stuff. I have like an old rotary phone down there. I've showed that on stream a few times, or once or twice. Just trying to see what's in this room. I have some old film cameras. I have a, I'm not pulling it down. I have a JVC portable cassette player, radio, and miniature black and white TV. It's like it's a CRT about this big, sitting over there. I have just random stuff around here. I have a slide projector over there. Like, if I keep mentioning these things, which are all true, you might get this kind of mental image of like, what kind of room are you sitting in? Yeah, it's like, well, anyway. Oh, nice. That's cool. I like that when people do stuff like that, where they, and who knows, maybe I'll do something like that too. Just trying to see if there's anything like at arm's length that I could grab. I'm trying to figure out where I would have put that computer. It's an old TRS-80 Model 100, for those who remember that. That was the little portable book-sized computer. 32 kilobytes of RAM, if I recall correctly. It was my first portable computer. It ran off AA batteries. This is actually, I'm pretty happy so far with the quality of this, all things considered. You know? I mean, sure, it needs a lot more data here, but it's still not bad. I mean, low effort, you know? Yeah, I have very random stuff sitting around here. Oh. No. I was gonna say. And I have some other stuff that I don't have with me, but at some point I need to get need to get it. I don't know where I'm going to put it, but it's a tube radio. Well, it's a tube console radio from the it must have been from the 40s. It's got a push button bakelite radio, and it's got a turntable in it, and it's a piece of furniture. It's pretty cool, but some of the connections broke on the vacuum tubes, and I actually found a local retro radio group that they'll refurbish and repair stuff like that. So I need to get that fixed. Man, that is dropping frames like crazy. What in the world is it doing? Why is it dropping frames like that? Makes no sense. Unless... No? Let me check something here. Actually, I'm going to check on my phone. Sorry, I'm just... Since my all-sky camera isn't... Okay. It's still clear outside, I think. Where is it? Oh, you know what? That's why it's failing. You know why it's failing? Unfortunately, my sky camera's dead, but I have a Nest camera that's pointing outside. 15 minutes ago, a whole bunch of clouds rolled in. So yeah, I think that might be my sign. I think that's I mean, it's just like completely dropping here. So, and this one's dropping like crazy too. So, yeah, that sucks. And what sucks is I was flying blind because the sky camera, everything looks fine because it ran out of battery. Well, the sky camera hasn't updated. The sky camera ran out of battery. Like, yeah, see, it can't be reached anymore. This is my local copy of it. It died, and I can't show it to you, but I have a Nest camera pointing outside, and it's just completely yeah, let me go look at... I'll show you on Astrospheric. I mean, there was a chance of clouds coming in. Yeah, see, it was going to come in at some point, but it's already rolled in. Like, whatever it claims, it's cloudy right now, unfortunately. Yeah. No, I mean, I can see this, like the Nest camera is pointing outside, and you can see the sky, and I couldn't tell because my skies look so bad, you know. But I went back through the video and I scrolled back and I see the line of clouds coming. I'm like, and it's like completely clouded right now. So, yeah. So well, it wasn't last night. It was was that last night? Let me see if I can find that. Okay. Oh, wow. Wait. Oh, okay. Which telescope was that on? That was on the B scope. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's especially unfortunate that my sky camera died, and so I didn't even know. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it's like I say, I need to and when I started the evening, I'm like, I think it'll be fine. I think it'll get through the night. The battery pack. It didn't. I mean, it wasn't at 100%, so I know when it's like at a certain point, because I have the 2 telescopes and the all sky camera, it ends up okay, M31 mosaic. Let's see. I did images it was 3 nights ago. 3 nights ago and tonight. So let me see if I can copy these in a position or copy this somewhere. Okay. Okay. All right. Live 2024, 11/26. Okay. Alp 1. One other issue I've noticed with my the battery pack I run, the AC outlets aren't live if I'm charging the battery pack. So sometimes I'm like, oh, I could top it off, but then it would end up turning off the all sky camera. Okay. All right. So the other night, so this is the stacked result. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I didn't grab the fit file, but actually, no, wait. This is the one from the other night. So if I have these, I had the issue where it basically started tracking into the roof, like the edge of the roof, the kind of overhang, and so it starts doing like all kinds of weird artifacts. So that kind of screwed it up. That's why I want to restack these, be able to restack these. And the same thing happened tonight. It kind of went along for a while, and then it started tracking, and I think it had kind of moved, and then a plane flew through, so it was cursed. It was doing fine. It looked great until this happened. But that's why I want to get the serial restacking working, because otherwise I'd be hard pressed to fix this otherwise. So I think I'm going to have to be careful with Andromeda, just because there's a high chance of failure. Yeah, exactly. But that's why I want to try to get the stack working in serial. Yeah, these have literally added no new frames. And no. So I actually was talking about this earlier. I need to talk to you offline. But I was thinking I might actually I might end up doing, I might not do it on stream, but basically I wanted to talk to you about your like some of the data you gave me. I didn't have the stacked images for some of it, and I wanted to kind of compare and contrast, or see, like, if I take the stack and then kind of reprocess it, like, kind of see the compare compare the results between taking the in telescope stack and processing it versus reprocessing it through Serial. Yeah, that was kind of what happened. Uh-oh. Somebody posted something. Wow. Yeah, you're not wrong. Wow. An Atari 800. I always wanted one of those. Oh my gosh. I'll have to look at that later. Yeah. Yeah, no. That was yeah, you're not wrong. That's impressive. Yeah, this one just ran out of time. Actually, so we could I'm going to stop this one. Actually, I can't stop it because this one's in control. So I'm going to stop this. And what I was going to do is, if I go, would it be scenery mode? Actually, star mode. If I do star mode, and it'll start updating. Nice. Atari 2600. Yeah, so this is pointing where the nebula should be. Stats. Oh, not stats. I want to go to settings. And I want to disable the light pollution filter. And go to live. Yeah. This is pointing at the sky right now, and there's no sign of stars at all. It's just, yeah, clouds. Actually, I wonder if I change to scenery mode, if it'll be more apparent. Actually, this would be a good test of the exposure. Does this actually work? Maybe, maybe not. Thought this worked. Maybe not in this mode. Like every one of the modes has different quirks. And now moon mode actually does. Oh, dang it. Solar system. Let me fix this. Hold on. This is a new feature of the let's see. Let me restart. And okay. Okay, cool. So this. Will this actually increase? Sorry, why isn't it? Anyway, it's oh well. Anyway, yeah, it's I can't, so I'm just gonna shut this one down. Let me just, yeah, I think I'm gonna shut it down since once the clouds rolled in, it was gonna be cloudy. Yeah, so I think at this point, probably gonna call it an evening. I will be doing a live stream on Friday. I will have, I'll do a live stream on Friday. Probably do some photo processing. It probably won't be clear. But if it is, I'll do some observing as well. And beyond that, I might have something else up my sleeve for Friday. We'll see. It all depends on me getting some stuff done over the next couple days. But besides that, I think that is it. Thanks for if anybody thanks for the super chats. I really appreciate it. And I don't think it was it's possible, but maybe it was because of severe rotation, but it also seemed like it was at the very edge of what the Seestar can actually get to. It was like over 80 degrees above the horizon. And so I'm going to look at the failed frames to see if they actually were covering that area. But that is a good point. It could be a rotational issue. Okay, interesting. Huh. So maybe it's something to do with rotation. I don't know. I can't shut this one down right now because it's still got the dew shield on it. So I'm gonna have to go down there and deal with that. But yeah, this has been great. I do appreciate everybody who's been on. Yeah, so I don't know what was going on, but it seemed to be having issues there. But I think, unless there's something else. Oh yeah, so like final thing, if you haven't joined the Discord server, please join. If you haven't liked the video, even though it's ending, there will be more. So like and subscribe, and then sends a signal to YouTube. Oh, I stopped. I shut off that telescope, but it was like past 200 failed frames. It just like it wasn't adding any new frames. So I stopped that one, and then this one kind of ran off the end of the timer, but it had completely failed. Like it got some initial frames. Oh, I restarted it, so I was trying to fix a bug, and anyway, it lost its state. But yeah, thanks for joining, Bam Bam, and I'll hopefully see you again next time. Yeah, I'll definitely check Stellarium out, and I do plan on doing more tests. One thing I didn't do this time, and I want to do it on a sufficiently bright target, is I want to try to do an Alp mosaic and a native mosaic, and just, I mean, there's trade-offs between the two. Like, one's not necessarily intrinsically better than the other. it all depends on what you want. And so, but I'd like to do that kind of comparison. So, but yeah, good night. Thanks, Chris. Thanks everybody for joining. Thanks for the super chats. And yeah, it's been great. And hopefully next time it'll be a little clearer. And if I don't, and yeah, join the Discord, because that's I'm always someone there. I shouldn't say always someone there, but I'm starting to ramble. But I got up fairly early. Yep. Thanks, Thor, for joining. And yeah, no, it's and that's another reason to like, because it recommends it to other people, and then new people show up, and it makes everything more lively, more interesting. So it's great. It's always great. But yeah, I'll leave it at that, and hopefully we'll. Oh yeah, and if you're in the U.S., hope you have a good Turkey Day, good Thanksgiving. I will probably be on Discord at times during Thanksgiving, just because, like, you know, people are watching football games or something. You know, I have something to, so I might be on Discord. But in the meantime, have a good evening, and I will see you next time. And hopefully the buttons actually work this time. All right, good night. Bye. Ah, so close. Come on, man. I'm going to try this again. I'll try this again. See if this works. Never fails. It's like, it's been hit or miss recently. Is that it? Okay.